Just check 1 2. Check, check, check. 2 1 2. So the PowerPoint is what they can see.
Yes. Okay, so that's what I can see. That's right. I've got my notes sort of on.
Yeah, but you want with the PDF we can provide that.
I don't. Yeah. So I didn't even provide you with speaking notes. I just provided you with this.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so that's
it'll
your
pop up.
that's your forward button.
Yep.
That's your back button.
Yep.
And this is a laser.
Okay.
You hold it down. But you hold that down.
I'm not going to. That's too complicated for me. All right. Good. So basically, I'll be able to see what they see. I will.
Not on there.
Not on there.
No.
I will.
Because it's a PDF.
Because it's PDF. Should I send you just the Google? Should I just upload the Google Doc and then I'll be able to see it on there? Okay. The Google Slides.
No, the only way we can run it on there is if we run it as a PowerPoint and present it here.
Right, and PowerPoint is not the same as Google Slides.
I can try and export your PDF and see if it's right to do the font size.
That's all right. So if I'm standing here basically, and I wanna, so I can just see my slide by tuning around.
Yeah.
Yep. Cool. All right, that's good. And that's just forward and back. Awesome.
Yep.
Right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Nelson, the self-proclaimed sunshine capital of New Zealand. So it's 10 years since we were here last. We were here in 2014, and it's 20 years since we started doing standalone conferences. But yeah, I'm not here. There's going to be an NZNOG update shortly before lunch, so I'm just here to do the health and safety stuff, and then we'll get moving. So in case of emergency, your exits are here, here, and here. You'll notice the green signs. There are green signs if you're in other rooms. The assembly point, if there is an emergency, is in the main car park. If it's a fire, it'll be raining out there, so you'll be fine. Lunch and morning tea are back in the room that you came in through. There are bathrooms in that room. There's also more bathrooms out in the main foyer. If there's a medical emergency, there's a first aid kit and a defibrillator at the reception. We have to get up here and thank the sponsors. Sponsors pay for a very large part of this conference and keep everybody's registration fees down. You'll be seeing them go through on the slides, but to call them out by name, Internet NZ have come back as .NZ as the naming sponsor, despite the end of the memorandum of understanding between us. So it's really great to have them back, and they've turned up with a lot of people this year, so that's really great as well. We have 2 gold sponsors this year, besides them, which is NZIX and Nokia. Silver sponsors, Veta, Online, Mercury and Juniper. Last night's networking drinks, for those who are here, was sponsored by Divoli, and you would have heard from them. Tonight's dinner is sponsored by Arista. The lanyards are Flex Optic. Coffee cart is Searchlight. Today's lunch is CDC. The energy drinks will be from AWS, and we have community sponsors of Invejo, Inspire, APNIC, Datafault, and Smart Optics. So tonight we're finishing a little early, 4 o'clock. There's a bus at 4:10 to take people who are going karting. At this stage, the karting is all on. If the weather deteriorates hugely, we might make a different decision, but at the moment we can assume that it'll go on. If you are going karting, please make sure you've done the online waiver form. Don't wear anything loose, and possibly take spare clothes. The bus to the Classic Car Museum will depart at 5:15. Both buses will depart from out in front of reception, I think. If you don't want to do the car museum and you're not doing karting, then you'll have to make your own way to the Spates Ale House for the dinner. The dinner is to be served at 8 o'clock, which is basically to allow time for the karting people to finish their activities and get there. If you have special dietary requirements, make sure you tell the staff when you go in. There's a note here that car parking, if you want to park overnight, there is a fee for that. You need to pay at reception. I think it's $5 a night. There's another note saying that the conference Wi-Fi is visitor and the password is NZNOG24, but when I signed on, that was clearly false. So I believe the SSID is NZNOG and the password is NZNOG2024, all in capitals. Okay, that's that done. Everybody got in quicker than I normally expect. We'd allow 10 minutes, but it only took 5. So first talk this morning is Thomas from Flex Optics. Somehow it got mucked up on his registration. He's going to talk to us about coherent receivers.
Thank you, Richard. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Nelson. Yeah, my name is Thomas Weibler from Flex Optics, co-founder and CTO. And I brought a topic with me which I think is a game changer in the industry, especially when it comes to optical transmission. And I want to talk a little bit today about this in the next 20-25 minutes. And then you will see later on why it is a game changer. It is split up into two sections. The first one is theory, and the second one is a practical implementation we did together with a customer of us in Nokia gear. So let's start with the beginning, where we currently and where we're heading to. Currently, you are all familiar with the WDM transponders, cards which are pretty big size so far, like in the 40 or 100 gig world. Those transponders, give me a second, do it like this. They were big. The reason why they were big was also the digital signal processor which are placed on that card, who makes all that magic to do a coherent DWDM transmission. In these days now, due to the fact that the DSP manufacturing capabilities were able to, with smaller chip manufacturing processing, the DSP shrunk in size pretty much, and now we were able to fit them on a really nice form factor on a QSFP-DD, which is really small. And so the DSP is now on the QSFP-DD itself, and we are able to do 400 gig coherent transmission. But let's first start where we are at the moment. You all are familiar with direct detection transceivers so far, when you're running a 10 gig or even a 40 gig transceiver, LR for example. This is a direct detection transceiver. What you see here on the left side is, on the top left corner, this rectangle shape, that's actually what the transmitter sends out. It's an on-off keying mechanism, 1 and 0, and and on the receiver side, the rectangle shape this signal is not really a rectangle anymore. It is more a sinus curved shape. So it's a little bit changed over while it's traversing over the fiber. Now, what we did in the past so far, coming from 100 megabit or 10 gig, going to 10 gig and even beyond that, we just increased the frequency. So it looks like this. They get a little bit more dense on the transmit side, but what you also see now on the receiver side, it's getting even harder now to differentiate between a 0 and a 1 for the receiver. And if we increase the frequency even higher, there is actually there's only a little bit margin between 0 and 1, those two levels, to differentiate there any longer. So just increasing the frequency is not a solution to go to higher bandwidth, basically. So light has more properties, not only the frequency, and we do have the amplitude, what I said so far, which is part of the frequency, and we have phase and polarization, and that's what we make use of it. The polarization is quite straightforward. Quite a lot of you use those privacy screens on your laptop, and that's actually a polarization filter. So it only allows a certain that angle of the light going through it. And when you look at sunglasses, for example, it's the same, only a certain amount and type of light is going through that filter, and the other one is filtered out. And the same we do in the optics now. So we only allow a certain polarization direction hitting the receiver, or actually getting also on the fiber. How does this look like? We did a simulation here on two planes, basically, because we have the X plane and the Y plane. And the first animation you saw so far is the X plane, and when we do it now on the Y plane, it looks a little bit different. This is just a modulated signal, which we're using 16 QAM, where I'm coming later on. And now, when we combine those two planes together, it looks like this nice artificial structure, and actually that's what the receiver needs to detect, and here you can differentiate between the two planes. Actually, that's what he does. So talking so far about the polarization, there is the next thing where we need to take in consideration is the phase itself. So to start with an easy, simple example, looking at a constellation diagram, when we use an on-off keying mechanism, which I showed at the beginning, we have 0 and 1, two states, two symbols, one symbol, sorry, and 2 bits encoded there, and it's an on-off keying mechanism, straightforward. Now, with 100 gig, also PAM4 was introduced, called pulse amplitude modulation on 4 levels. And here you see also those 4 levels. Now we have 2 bits per symbol, and in total we have 4 symbols actually, which we can encode now. And this is all in phase currently. Now, you already see there is an X and a Y plane, axis, sorry, not a plane, an axis again. Now, for coherent transceivers, we make use of complex numbers. So we have an in-phase component and an imaginary part. So the in-phase component is the real part on the x-axis, and on the y-axis there is the imaginary part, and giving this a nice 4x4 matrix, having 4 bits per symbol. In total, we have 16 symbols now, which we can actually encode. And this is done via phase shift by 90 degrees. So we shift the phase by 90 degrees, and then we have this nice, when we multiply it together, we get this matrix. And when you think about this phase shift, how in the analog world, how it is, there's an example I took here, is this is an optical rotary encoder. And so this disk, this slice disk is spinning, and we have actually not only one detector or a photodiode, which is the real part, so no, we have 2 of them. And they are a little bit positioned in a different manner, or a little bit spacing between them, and the disk is spinning in a certain frequency or with a certain speed. But what we are doing is we are sampling always at the same time. And when you do this on a rotary optical encoder, you also get a phase shift. It actually looks like this then. So the real part is sampled, and also the imaginary part, and just due to the fact of the speed and the distance between two detectors, we get a phase shift, and when we do it correctly with the correct distance, it's 90 degrees. For sure, in a coherent optical transceiver, it's not done with this analog disk. There are other mechanisms how to implement phase shift, but this is just an example how the phase shift can be seen in the analog world. Talking about coherent transceivers, there is one thing which we need also to take in consideration now is the signal-to-noise ratio. Signal-to-noise ratio is pretty simple to explain, so it's actually the difference, or the ratio between the actual signal and the noise level we have on our line. So while I'm doing this talk here within that audience, which is really quiet, we have really good signal-to-noise ratio. If I would do that talk in a cheering football stadium, the signal-to-noise ratio would be horrible. Actually, you couldn't understand the message in total, or what I'm talking about. So the goal is always to have a huge or a big signal-to-noise ratio. And how will it look like on a constellation diagram, which I showed previously? It will look like this. So on the left side, you see a signal-to-noise ratio for all the symbols there, or for the 16 ones, with an SNR of 30 dB, which is perfect, which is great. You have clear dots. The receiver can really easily identify each section where we are within that constellation diagram. If the SNR gets worse to 20 dB in the middle, it's still identifiable, but it's blurring. And then when we have a really bad SNR of 5 dB, actually it's more like though it's not identifiable any longer by the receiver at all to which section within that 4x4 matrix in our constellation diagram the dot belongs actually. That's the problem there. And then for sure what will happen then is the bit error rate will go up. This is so far the theory. And now what we did is we took a 400 gig coherent transceiver, QSFP-DD based, plugged it into Nokia's SR routers, SRX actually, and we're looking on their implementation on the SROS together with DKIX in Germany, how it actually looks like on the command line and how you as a network engineer can troubleshoot a link if there is an issue, and also to understand, is my link working well or do we have an issue there? And the only thing what we did is we run a show port command and looked what we get back from the CLI there actually. And there are three major sections. So the first one is more about the physics and the details about the transceiver itself. So this is a 400 gig QSF PDD, fully tunable, beginning from channel 13, which you can also see here on the min frequency, which is shown in megahertz, which is a pretty big number. Typically we do this in terahertz. So these are 191.3 terahertz, or channel 13, up to 196.1 terahertz, channel 61. And currently it is tuned, as it is a full tunable, to channel 23, which you see on the left side. The great thing about the coherent tunables is also they support different grids, not only the well-known 100 gigahertz grid, or some of you might use the 50 gigahertz. Now we can even do slices between like 75 gigahertz, for example. Then the second section is diagnostic monitoring with the well-known parameters, voltage, TX, and RX levels, and which are the major ones, plus the temperature. So far, the temperature wasn't that big issue for transceivers. So typically, they were supporting up to 70 degrees in commercial temperature range, or up to plus 85. But now, for coherent transceiver, the temperature is critical, and it's also critical for your switch behind that. And why do I mention this? Actually, in optical transmission, we generate heat. That's all what we do. A little bit light. So when we feed in 17 watts of power in that transceiver, which is a typical value for a coherent transceiver, 16.999 watt is dissipating by heat, and we have to get rid of that heat. And imagine you have 32 or even more ports on one U, and you've stacked them all with coherent transceivers. This is a lot of power, even more than 500 watts just on the optical side. And for sure the light level, 0.001 watt, which is actually 1 milliwatt, roughly 0 dBm, which is a lot. That's all what we generate in light. And what we get as a feedback also from the manufacturers is that they call them those ports now, when you are able to run 17 or even more watts on those ports, they call them the high power ports, and in some switches you have to configure them manually. And what can happen is there are different implementations that only certain port groups are able to support this high power on that port, or even it can happen that only every second port does support it. So you slice down your 32 port switch to a 16 port switch at the end of the day. So this is more related to the power and the heat as well, and not all to the limitations on an ASIC and behind of that switch, for example. Okay, third section were mainly the coherent parameters where we saw there, and I will go through them step by step now. The one which I highlighted in green, these are the ones where I think are quite important if you want to do troubleshooting. The first one is about the RX channel. As we are talking about a fully tunable transceiver, we can change the frequency and also the channel where we are transmitting. Now for coherent transceivers, we also have to set actually the receiving channel. And where is this coming from? And thanks for Fraser. Fraser, where are you? He's over there. He raised a really interesting question when we met each other in Thailand. We have to set the RX channel. And this is new. In the past, you were able to tune the TX channel and then use your filter. The receiver basically took all the frequencies. Now in coherent transceivers, you have to lock the receiver to that frequency itself. And that's now a little bit a challenge, or not a challenge. You need to lock it to the same frequency you're transmitting. Now this sounds weird, because there are different types of coherent pluggables out there. The ones which we are talking about now, about QSF PDD, they always need to be locked to the same frequency on the RX channel than the TX does, because it's part how the setup is made. There's inside a local oscillator, which is a laser. And this is also needed for the receiver. So we need a laser for the receiver. That's a little bit odd. But that we can detect the signal. There were and there are coherent transceivers out there, but not in the nice QSF-PDD form factor, where they have two lasers inside. So they have one for the TX side and one for the RX. And then you are able to change or to set the RX frequency to a different one than the TX one. But this doesn't apply currently for the QSF-PDD. Why? Just because of space. So adding two lasers in a QSF-PDD is really a challenge, and it's not for a typical coherent application not needed currently. There is a type of application where you could do this when you have two lasers inside, is when you want to do single fiber transmission. So you set one channel to, the TX to channel 13, for example, and RX to 15, and then you can do a single fiber transmission, but not with the current QSF-PDD implementations. Coming now to dispersion. Dispersion is becoming an important thing now for coherent transceivers as well. The good thing is they can compensate the dispersion with the capabilities of DSP inside automatically in a certain range, and that's pretty cool. We have two types of dispersion. This one I'm talking is the chromatic one, and then later on I'm talking about polarization mode dispersion. So the chromatic dispersion is actually, while our signal is traversing on the fiber, it's changing over the time. While it's so it's actually when the signal is like this, and then it's going to be densed, for example, when it's hitting the receiver. And this dispersion needs to be compensated. The DSP can do it in a certain range. So here we see it can do up to 2,000 picoseconds per nanometer and down to minus 25,000. Typically, the minus range isn't that critical. It's more the positive one, which is critical to compensate. But the great thing is also it can do a measurement. So here we see 220 picoseconds per nanometer. And when we know the characteristic of our fiber, so here we had a G652.D fiber, which has roughly 10 picoseconds per nanometer per kilometer, then you can do the math. And you know how long your span is. So here, the result would be 22 kilometers of a span. Actually, it's not true. The span was only 15 kilometers. And we wondered ourselves, hey, where are those 70, 80 picoseconds per nanometer offset are coming from? We did a test and used a back-to-back connection with 2 meters of jumper cable, and there we saw the 80 picoseconds. Until now, I don't have an explanation where it's coming from, this offset, but this was an easy test to figure out, okay, there is an offset in there. So yeah, the span 15 kilometers. Beside of the chromatic dispersion, and as I showed at the beginning, we do make use of polarization, of two polarization planes. That can also happen. It can also happen that dispersion happens on the polarization. So while the X plane is traversing on the fiber and the Y plane, they can also differ in time to each other. And that's measured in the different group delay. Here we had only 2 picoseconds, and we can compensate up to 10 picoseconds with the DSP. That's the capabilities we have. Finally, signal-to-noise ratio. We have 2 signal-to-noise ratio, as we have 2 polarization directions. We were running at 34 dB, which is perfectly fine on both polarizations. Again, we can compensate, or we are capable to do an OSNR down to 26 or even 24 dB. Beyond that line, we get a lot of bit errors, and you see this on the prefec bit errors. So also with the DSP, you get a forward error correction, which does correct your errors, and that's needed. And this rate of the prefec, that's important to monitor here. So the postfec should be 0, that's the goal, and the prefec is the critical value there. Then there is a value called the RxQ margin. That's actually a quality measurement. Let's call it a quality measurement for you of forward error correction. So if this margin is eaten up down to 0 dB, your forward error correction is not capable to correct errors any longer in the range you want to have it as a post-fac. So here we had we still had a margin of 2.4 dB, and on a back-to-back link it was roughly 4 dB of margin, which we gained there. One interesting side note for Nokia's implementation, they called this the Q margin. In the optical transmission, or especially in the coherent environment, typically people talk about a Q factor. We couldn't identify why they changed that naming there. So when you see in your implementation the Q factor, that's actually the Q margin here now. Okay, and the great thing, again, coming to that digital signal processors, it's not only one application we are running there. So you would assume this transceiver does 400 gigabit, which it does, but depending how we configure it, in which modulation, which data rate, we can even run 2 times 200 gigabit or 4 times 100 gigabit. There are even applications possible doing 300 gigabit, so it's not 3 times 100 gigabit, no, it's 300 gigabit then at the end of the day. And yeah, these are different application modes. But you need to be aware, that's what we figured out, is there is no check in the operating system if you're configured to the right setting. So the transceiver we plugged in was capable to do following a standard called OIF. This is the 400 gig SATA amp and 400 gig SATA unamp, which I show here on the right bottom one. But actually, the compatibility, I'm going to go back, it's set to OpenSATA plus OFAC 1, which is a totally different standard. And so this transceiver, this setting didn't have any influence on our link actually, but you need to know what the capabilities of your transceivers are, which application it does support, and then configure it accordingly in the CLI, and the CLI doesn't check it. At least so far on that SROS implementation we were running there, 23.10 from Nokia. Maybe in the later ones they have a check in there, but so far there is no check there. Having said that about the standards, I want to do a comparison of both of them. So there is called the OIF, the Optical Internet Forum, doing the 400ZR. They were actually the first one bringing out a standard. A couple of vendors joined that forum, and then later on the OpenZR Plus MSA came up, which is, in my point of view, a little bit more flexible. And I highlighted the reasons. Basically, this is about the tolerance on the dispersion, and also on the on the OSNR. As you can see, the chromatic dispersion is way higher on the OpenZR Plus MSA. They also differentiate there between two types. They have actually more, but 2 major types. The 60LA, which the L I know stands for low, but the A I only can guess it's version A maybe, or variant A. And the most interesting one is the 60HA, which is the high version A, which is also known in the industry when we are talking about ZR Plus, high power solution. That's the one which a lot of people looking for are aiming for, because 0 dB MTX power is pretty cool. And when you get out of the box with that transceiver 12 dB of margin, which is pretty great. So you don't need an amplification depending on the length so far, but you can run it without external amplification. Because the other 2 types, the OIF 400ZR with only 6 dB, and even the 2 dB on the 60LA version from the OpenZR Plus MSA, the most of that power budget is eaten up by your multiplexer behind that transceiver, so then you need an external amplification. So talking to network engineers who are designing 400 gig coherent networks, they're really focusing on the high power solution on the OpenZR Plus, following the OpenZR Plus MSA. Where we are going in the future, first of all, as I said at the beginning, the DSP is going to be a game changer, and just due to the fact of raw compute power, we gained a lot of way more bandwidth, and which is pretty great. And this is multiple times. So when we look at the green dot, for example, this is a PAM4 signal, and when we just add dual polarization 16 QAM modulation there, based on that DSP, we can quadruple actually the speed going up to the blue dot and reaching 1.6 terabit, for example. There's also another intention how you can increase bandwidth if you just increase the frequency. That's doable again, for sure doable. There are other challenges. We are currently doing roughly 50 gigabaud on the electrical lanes. For 800 gigabit, it will be 100 gigabaud. There are ideas doing 200 gigabaud on the electrical lanes, but that's really really tricky to build also of the substrate you use for your PCB. And the discussions are still ongoing for 800 gigabit is sorted, 1.6, let's see where we're going there, but 3.2 terabit is definitely a thing where we can achieve with modulation this reach and even beyond that. Yeah. From my side, that's pretty much it. We did that implementation together with the Nokia gear. If you have interesting gear where you're interested to see how a coherent pluggable is operating and seen it or identified the command line interface, drop me a line. I'm really happy to also look on other implementations if there are comparable parameters in there for the troubleshooting, or yeah, just drop me a line. It would be very interesting. Thank you very much. And before I leave and Richard takes over, I brought a whole box of gummy bears from Germany. So they are all for you. Take it. I put them here on the stage, and then grab how much you want for your kids and for yourself.
Jeff Houston, look, I was interested in that slide that pointed out the 5 nanometer DSPs. The chip industry seems to be topping out at 3 nanometers. No one's got a solution for higher density silicon. You've got to go into 3D cages, and no one understands that. What's the future for optics if you have to stop at 3 nanometer DSPs? Where does this story end, and are you close to it already?
Oh, wow, that's a really good question. Thank you very much, Jeff. If I would have my glass bowl and look into that, to be honest, I can't answer it at the moment. I don't know. The 5 nanometer is a challenge to do. We did this so far, and 3 nanometer, you're totally right, is currently the edge. And then, yeah. Let's maybe talk it 2 or 3 years down the road. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Hello.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello. In the radio world, we were doing 16 QAM about 20 years ago, and then we moved up, and we moved up, and we moved up, and now we're doing 2048 QAM. Are we ever going to see higher modulations in optical?
Thanks for the question, Jonathan. Currently, we are really discussing only 16 QAM. I haven't seen any discussions going beyond that. And it's at the moment, it's really the fact to make that DSP really small. In the Wi-Fi world or in the wireless world, you have typically a little bit more space, and when you look inside your CPE, your DSP is a little bit bigger typically. You can do higher schemes, and the challenge there is actually really, as you know, the higher the modulation there is, the more compute you have to put in there, and that's currently the limitation. Then there's Jeff, who wants to go beyond 3 nanometer, and then, yeah, maybe, but currently no.
Yeah, hi, I'm Matt. Just a question around the polarisation and dispersion measurements or capabilities. What sort of compensation levels can the transceivers get to in terms of compensating for dispersion?
That's what I showed about a different group delay actually there. So down to 10 picoseconds we can do to currently compensate.
No more questions? Okay, great. Thank you very much, Thomas.
Thank you.
Now we have Jodie Anderson from Internet NZ, who's going to talk to us about global internet governance.
Yes, now for something completely different. Kia ora koutou, I'm Jodie. I'm from Ipurangi Aotearoa Internet New Zealand. We've got some slides. I can't see them here, so every so often I'm going to just turn around and check that my slide is up there. So as you possibly know, Internet New Zealand operates the .nz domain space, so this is us here. I believe we're a sponsor of this conference. But there's a whole lot of people here who can tell you more about the operation of the .nz domain space. Wave, Josh, go and ask him about that, because Internet New Zealand does a lot of other things too to support an internet that benefits everyone in Aotearoa. And one of the things we do is that we engage in and on internet governance. And I'm going to tell you what internet governance is, because I checked out with a few people at the drinks last night and I don't think everybody knows what internet governance is. And it's a hard thing to explain, and I try to do it at dinner parties. I'm obviously a really fun person to go to dinner with, but that's what I'm going to try to do today, is talk about what internet governance is, why you should think it's important. Hopefully I'll be able to convince you of that, and tell you a little bit about what Internet New Zealand is doing in this space. I'm the Internet Governance Policy Lead. That's my role at Internet New Zealand, and I've been in the role for about 6 months, so I'm still learning this space as well. So I'm going to tell you what I know, and if you have questions I can't answer, I will attempt to find them out, the answers out for you. So when I say I better start using my slides. So when I say we engage in and on internet governance, and I'll talk more about this as I go through my presentation, but we engage in spaces where internet governance happens, but we also engage on the subject of internet governance to make the internet governance system, the global system, work better, and I'll talk more about that too. So what is internet governance? This is quite a hard thing to describe, and when I try to talk to people about it at dinner parties, they immediately say, is it governments regulating the internet? And it is a little bit, that's a tiny little bit of it, but it's a lot more than that. It's basically anything to do with how the internet is run. So if you think about the word governance, it's about who gets to say how the thing is developed or how the thing is used, and who gets to be in that room and who gets to be part of that decision making. I'm an ex-lawyer, so I quite like a good definition. This is a definition that was developed about 20 years ago in the UN at a summit called the World Summit on the Information Society, or WSIS. And a working group went away and developed this definition at this summit. It's not the easiest definition to read, but if you have a look at it, it tries to describe what internet governance is. It tries to tell us, I think, that it's really broad. It's the development and application of all sorts of things by all sorts of actors to shape the evolution and the use of the internet. So it's internet governance is very, very broad. But what is it? This is my slide where I try to try to describe it. And I will have some examples later, so bear with me. So if you think about the internet, there's no one authority, there's no one country in charge, there's no one body in charge of making sure the internet works. Basically, there's just a lot of institutions, forums, processes. This conference today actually is one of them. You're doing internet governance right now, but it's distributed and overlapping institutions, forums, processes that talk about, make decisions for, get together and collaborate so that the internet keeps running and so that we can solve problems around the use of the internet. So it's sort of an ecosystem. And it happens at the national level and at the regional level and at the international level. It is multi-stakeholder. If you remember back to that definition, it's governments, it's the technical community, it's civil society, it's academia. And that's actually something that's very important about internet governance, is the way it's currently done. If you remember, I talked about WSIS, which was the big summit that happened in the United Nations about 20 years ago. At that summit, everybody who was there, which was governments and all the other stakeholders, basically agreed that the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance is really the way to do internet governance. And the idea here is that if you're going to make decisions about the internet, it's really important to have everybody in the room. If you've just got governments in the room, they're going to make decisions based on political reasons or what's best for their particular jurisdiction. So you've got to have the technical community in the room to talk about whether something's actually going to work technically. You've got to have civil society in the room to talk about human rights and to talk about disadvantaged communities. You've got to have academia in the room because they'll know things too that others don't know. So essentially 20 years ago, everybody got together, including member states, that's governments, and said, internet governance is all the decisions and all the spaces we make decisions about the internet, and the best way to do this is through a multi-stakeholder approach, because then we've got the right people in the room making the decisions, holding everybody else accountable, and one stakeholder can't take over. And the other thing, before I get to some examples, is that one of the stakeholders, as I mentioned, is the internet technical community. And this is where you come in, because you are part of internet governance. You are the internet technical community, because that's who you are. You're people whose day-to-day job is to keep the internet running. So this is how you fit into internet governance. You're a very, very important stakeholder in this multi-stakeholder approach to deciding and making sure that the internet keeps running. Let's get to some examples. And hopefully by the end of this slide, you'll be starting to have some sort of an idea about what internet governance is. So internet governance happens, as I said, all over the place, in lots of different forums and lots of different processes and lots of different spaces, and it happens in a multi-stakeholder way. So here are some examples of stakeholders collaborating to address internet issues, technical issues and policy issues. At the international level, you've got, and sorry about the acronym SOUP on this slide. Over on the international side, you've got IGF, which is the Internet Governance Forum, and that's where governments and all stakeholders, in fact, it's a multi-stakeholder forum, so that happens once a year, and it's where we all get together and talk about mainly internet public policy issues, but a lot of technical issues as well. You've also got ICANN, which is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, and some of you may go to ICANN. And that's basically where we develop policy on the internet's unique identifiers, so IP addresses and domain names. And actually, I should have said the IGF has a global meeting and it also has regional meetings. The APR IGF over on the regional side, that's the sort of the regional get-together to discuss public policy internet issues. And we also have a national IGF, it's known as NetHui, which is happening later this year. And Internet New Zealand runs that. You have the IETF, which is the Internet Engineering Task Force, which is where numerous stakeholders get together to develop open standards to make the internet work better. And you've got Internet New Zealand. Because we are the country code top level domain manager, so the country code is .nz, and we manage that domain space. We also develop rules or policies for those .nz domains, and that's something that is governance, because we're developing policies around how the internet works, and you can get involved in that. I believe we've got somebody here from APNIC, which is a regional internet registry, and some of you are possibly members of that, and APNIC develops rules that control the way that IP addresses and other numbers are distributed in the Asia Pacific region. So these are all examples of communities and, mainly operating in a multi-stakeholder way to deal with internet policy and technical issues. These are examples of spaces where internet governance happens. So that's what internet governance is. You're probably thinking that's as clear as mud, but I'm here all day, so if you want to come and have a conversation and pick my brains further about this concept of internet governance, please do. But I'm going to move on to why I think that internet governance is important. And I've got 3 thoughts on that. And the first one is the idea that the governance you have around something gives you the thing that you're governing. So if we think about the internet we want, or if we think about the internet we have, open, global, interoperable, all of this sort of stuff, an internet that works day to day, an internet that enables us to innovate, and that supports economic development, that supports cultural and social endeavours. If we think about that internet exists because of the governance we have, because basically who gets to make the decisions and who gets to be in the room decides what the internet looks like. So if you care about human rights online, if you care about the internet being accessible to everybody, if you care about it being one internet over the world rather than a bifurcated, fragmented internet, if you care about it being secure and stable and resilient, which I'm sure you do, then you care about internet governance, because the people who get to decide how the internet is developed and used are the people who get to decide what sort of internet we get. And the internet we have isn't set in stone. It can be changed. If internet governance changes and there's only certain people in the room who make decisions for the internet, then the internet will change. Which leads me to what I was talking about before, which is the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance. So currently, in many of the places where we make decisions about the development and use of the internet, the right people in the room, and by that I mean everybody is in the room, the technical community, civil society, academia, and governments. But again, the multi-stakeholder approach is not set in stone. The multi-stakeholder approach is just a creature of non-binding government agreements, norms and practice. So it's something that can be changed. And so we've got to defend, if we care about the internet and the way it works now, if we understand that the type of internet governance gives us the internet we want, then we must care about the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance, and we have to defend it. And my third thing is we're all responsible for internet governance. Because the internet relies on engagement by multiple stakeholders to be functional and effective and to make those decisions about how the internet functions, then we've all got to engage. You know, if everybody sat back and didn't engage in the multi-stakeholder spaces, no decisions would be made, or the people who cared about their issue a little bit more would get to make the decisions. So So everybody's got to be there. It's no one's responsibility and everybody's responsibility, if you know what I mean. So if we, as part of the big multi-stakeholder system, choose not to participate, we weaken the overall system. And we deny the system the benefit of our views. And as the technical community, our views are really, really important, because we don't want, for example, governments going off making policy, not knowing about whether something is technically possible or whether a policy decision is going to break the internet. So Internet New Zealand, and what my job is, we engage and we're active in a number of the forums and the processes that I put up before. We go to the IGF, we go to ICANN, we run NetHui, for example, and I encourage you all as members of the technical community to engage where you can, where there's interest and where you've got capacity. And some examples of that could be that you could come to NetHui later in the year, or I understand APNIC are having their conference in Wellington in end of August, early September. You can go to that. If you're interested in the international space, both the IGF and ICANN are available to register online, attend online, even if you don't want to stay up overnight. They have wonderful platforms where you can play the video back in the morning, which is what I do, and they're free as well. So that's engaging in those internet governance forums. In terms of engaging on internet governance, this is something that I mentioned at the beginning of my talk. So this is a big part of my role, which is engaging on the system, as in how the internet governance system works and the health of the system, so that it supports a free, open, interoperable global internet. And that's the thing I want to tell you just a little bit about next. Which is that, I actually hate this sentence, internet governance is at an inflection point. But basically what it means is we're at a point right now where if we don't pay attention, something bad could happen. That's the current view anyway. Basically what's happening in the United Nations this year and next year is there's a couple of processes where potentially multi-stakeholderism could be weakened. So potentially governments could decide, because it's governments who get to negotiate in the United Nations, not any of the rest of us. It's a multilateral forum, not a multi-stakeholder forum. And there's a couple of processes where governments could decide that actually they're going to be the ones making decisions for the internet, and they're going to sideline the rest of us, maybe to consultation status rather than decision-making status, or something like that. Nobody really knows, but the danger is there. And this is something that's been exercising the global internet community, the global internet governance community for the past 6 months or so. Every ICANN and IGF I have been to in the past 6 months, this is all anybody seems to be talking about, this and AI. For example, I went to a roundtable the other night. It was entitled "A Critical Moment for Defending the Internet in the United Nations." So that's the type of language that people are using about this. These two processes are something called the Global Digital Compact, which is part of this big thing that's happening in the United Nations in New York in September called the Summit for the Future. But essentially, all the member states of the United Nations are getting together to talk about shared principles for an open, free, and secure digital future. And there's a draft that's been released, and governments are about to negotiate. And if any of the rest of us want to have any say in what that draft is all about, then we have to try and work through our governments, because it's a government-to-government negotiation. The second one, I told you about WSIS before. There's a thing happening next year called WSIS Plus 20, which is basically the 20-year review of WSIS. And at WSIS, 20 years ago, the Internet Governance Forum, which I told you about, the big multi-stakeholder forum where everybody can get together to discuss internet governance issues, that was created. So people are worried that the mandate for that is going to be is not going to be renewed, that's going to be cancelled. We're going to have one less multi-stakeholder forum. People are worried about the fact that at the first WSIS, multi-stakeholderism was generally agreed by everybody to be the best approach to internet governance. People are worried about that's going to be diluted. So those are the key risks that people have been in this space for 20 plus years, so much longer than me, so that's why I'm listening to them, because they seem to know what they're talking about. But the key risks that they talk about is the weakened multi-stakeholder model, the danger that governments in these two negotiations will agree to an increased role for governments and a reduced role for us and all the other stakeholders in the multi-stakeholder approach. And this would have if they did weaken multi-stakeholderism, that would obviously have those flow-on benefits of, good decisions not being made and decisions being made about the internet that were in countries' political interests rather than in the interests of people, which is, really, when you come down to it, what the internet is for. So what are we doing in this space? This sort of, I guess, this existential risk to internet governance and the multi-stakeholder approach is very much a big part of what I'm doing over 2024 and 2025. And here's just a little summary of the types of things we're engaging in. So we're engaging with the global internet governance community, specifically the technical community. So a lot of us are meeting to talk about the risk, to talk about what we could do, to talk about influencing governments to make the right decisions in these negotiations. We talk about how we can convince governments to make the right decisions in these negotiations. We're also we're trying to engage directly in the processes themselves, even though they are intergovernmental negotiations. They have been opening them up to hear from other stakeholders. So we were allowed to put a submission into the Global Digital Compact drafting process, for example. I missed on the first point. I'm part of a coalition, Internet New Zealand, but internet governance people are part of a coalition with Alda and Sarah and Nominet. So they run .au, .ca and .uk. And we are trying to support other CCTLDs, so other people in the global technical community, with arguments that they can take to their governments to vote the right way. I'm engaging with governments, so I'm in talks with MFAT, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, who's negotiating these agreements, and I've managed to find the right person so that I can start bombarding them with thoughts on how they should negotiate. And I'm reaching out to stakeholders, internet stakeholders in New Zealand, which is why I'm here today. I'm letting you know about what's happening in case you're interested, in case you want to know more. You can contact me. So essentially, this is an invitation, the start of a conversation. If this is interesting to you, if you want to know more, I'm here all day. You can come and talk to me at the Internet New Zealand table at morning tea or afternoon tea. I'll be at lunch, I'll be at dinner. I'd love to answer any of your questions. If you are in this space and know a bit about internet governance, I'd also love it if you came and talked to me, because I'd love to know what you know and how you engage in this space. If you just want to keep a watching brief on this, if you think that's quite interesting, it's got nothing to do with me, but I'd like to know what happens, you can sign up to .news at the Internet NZ website, and you will get news periodically, and I will make sure that I put updates about what's happening in these United Nations negotiations in there. And also you can reach me at any time at that email address down the bottom. And that's my talk. How am I doing for time? I have time for questions, which I'm not that excited about, but bring them on.
Any questions for Jodie?
Good morning. I'm Andy. I thought someone had to ask a question. So, so what do you feel about the private influence on internet governance? So people like Elon Musk with Starlink, where decided what's going to be provided over the Ukraine, but then decided not to provide it to Crimea. So we have individual private billionaires being able to decide, well, internet governance, surely.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, private companies are part of internet governance. So, in the multi-stakeholder space, you've got governments, you've got civil society, you've got technical community, you've got academia, and I actually forgot to mention private companies, but they are part of it, and they're invited into a lot of internet governance, multi-stakeholder spaces. What you're talking about, I think, is very much just decisions made by private companies. And it's interesting in internet governance because there are spaces where it's not multi-stakeholder. Not everybody gets to decide. For example, governments still have jurisdiction over their territories for their laws. So New Zealand can make laws for the internet, and while we say to them, hey, you're going to make better laws if you listen to everybody, if you consult with all of the stakeholders, they don't have to really, and they can make those laws, and they don't have to listen to other countries as well. So I guess the multi-stakeholder approach to internet governance is less a requirement, is less a law, is less a regulation, something set down in stone, and more something that we say is the best way to do it, and go out and advocate for it in all the spaces where it can help. I hope that answered your question. I knew you were going to ask a question, John.
No question, Jody, but I thought I would add, John Brewer from New Zealand.
Thank you. Add something.
This is how I introduce myself at conferences overseas. I just say John Brewer from New Zealand, and they're like, oh, that guy again. As it happens, Internet New Zealand supports members of the New Zealand community to participate in internet governance with conference attendance grants. And over the last 2 years, they've spent $120,000 sending people to conferences like APR-IGF, IETF, all sorts of things. So if you're involved in standards making, you're part of IETF, you care about something in particular, ask Internet New Zealand for a conference grant. It's not like it opens, once a year. It's a rolling process, so you can just rock up to their website, fill out a form, say, this is who I am, this is what I'm doing. Would you mind, giving me $5,000 to go to Chicago or Rwanda or wherever the next event is that I'm participating in? And if it has to do with internet governance, in my experience, having been sent to Apricot in Ho Chi Minh City, having been sent to Pacific Telecommunications Council in Honolulu, and to APR-IGF in Brisbane last year. That's over the last 10 years, 3 conferences. Internet New Zealand generally says, yes, here you go. So if you are interested and you do want to participate and you need some resources, go for it.
Thank you, John. Lovely addition. I'm going to add that to my speech. And just to add to that, that's a good point. What we're wanting to do in the internet governance space, the reason we're in here is because we want the New Zealand voice to be in these spaces, because we think that we're not special, but we have things to say that other people don't say, and we want to make sure that our values and our thinking is being represented in those really important spaces. So it's important to get people to those spaces from New Zealand to ensure the New Zealand voice is there. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're now pausing a little bit early. So we've got slightly early morning tea break, and we're back here in half an hour to have a slightly extended session that takes us up to the Northern lunchtime. So We'll see you then.
Check 1 2 1 2 1 2.
Hey everyone, we're going to kick off in about 1 minute, so if you just make your way back into the room, grab a seat. Okay, welcome back to the second session of Thursday of NZNOG. Hope everyone managed to get a bit of food into them. So next up we've got a long-term attendee of NZNOG. One of our favourite speakers, gets regularly rated very highly. The one guy that can sort of stand in front of a room and tell us we're all doing a shit job and get away with it. So anyway, Jeff Houston talking to us about encryption. Thank you, Jeff.
Hi all, look, it's really great to be back in person. I don't know about you, but my God, it's been a hard few years. So really enjoying being back here, really enjoying being in what I think is the nicest and friendliest NOG on the planet. So thank you to all of you. This is not a talk about encryption. You might think it is, but it's not. It's actually a follow-up from Jody. It's a talk about internet governance. But it's a talk about the dark side of internet governance. It's the, what's really, really going on here and how bad is it? Because, spoiler alert, it's awesomely bad. And it's not that you're doing a bad job, obviously you are, but a number of folk are doing an amazingly good job about their interests at your cost. And you are in the way, and you're being sidelined. So, trust. And it is all about trust. Do you remember the old days of telephone networks where the telephone employees could listen in on phone calls? I was a telegraph boy when I was 16. I had to sign, wasn't quite the Official Secrets Act, but it was the Telecommunications Act of Australia. And if I told anyone else what was in the telegram, wow, persecution, jail, you name it, traumatic penalties. Because if you worked on the inside, if you operated the network, you could see who was talking to whom and what they were saying. You were in a position of trust. Now, users tolerated that because it was the only show in town. So they tolerated the fact that telephone people could listen in on their phone calls, but the expectation was that the Telecommunications Act would say that if I went and heard something secret and told the newspapers, because it was that time when newspapers really existed, I'd get prosecuted, bad things would happen, blah, blah, blah. So this sort of social expectation was, yes, the network can hear me, but no, it's not going to rat on me, it's not going to divulge to anyone. So this idea was that the network enjoyed a position of trust. Now, you don't pay for the internet. The squeezely few dollars that you pay for your internet access wouldn't even pay for half of one Google server. You don't pay, not directly. How much do you pay per search? Nothing. How much does it cost? Eye-watering. So who's paying? Well, it's indirect. You're paying through advertising. You're paying through your profile being auctioned out. So basically what we've now built is the new version of free-to-air, the new version of newspapers, where the advertiser pays for the entire show. And the token amounts of money you pay for your access line are merely just to give you the fiction that somehow you're contributing to it. The true money is in that flow of profile aggregation and selling that profile to advertisers. That's the economics of the internet, right? How much is Google worth? Well, a few $1 trillion, I believe. Why? It's an advertising company. So is Facebook. X, formerly known as Twitter, used to be an advertising company until Elon stuffed it up. But it's all about advertising. And the issue is that is actually the opposite of trust. It's all about the network or the application amassing a startlingly accurate profile of you, of me, of everyone individually in this room, and selling that profile to advertisers. Because now advertising is a precise art. I will pay a lot to get my ad in front of my target demographic. Because as Hal Varian, the chief economist of Google, used to say, Spam is merely a failure of information. If I know everything about you, I know what you want. I know how much money you've got to pay for it. I can give you a helpful suggestion for you, and you will follow it. You will buy. At that point, it becomes a science, not just a random chance. And so the better the profile, the better the value of that profile, the higher the value of the advertising industry. And that's the antithesis of trust. It really is intrusive. And quite frankly, that was tolerated. I'm not sure many folk thought about it, but it seemed largely benign. Meh, so Google knows all about me. Meh. Until 10 years ago, Snowden, that 28-year-old contractor with, I've forgotten who he was contracting with, released some papers that kind of said, it's not just Google, guys. It's not just the private advertiser, the private poke. It's also a few state agencies in the US that have gone a bit feral. And the Snowden papers were certainly a watershed moment because it kind of showed a set of US agencies who had, I suppose, abused their positions of trust in gathering information about networks and gone well beyond the accepted norms. Now, I'm an alien under US law. They can do anything they want and don't have to ask for a judge. But they were just sweeping up information about everybody. Citizens, aliens, everybody. And that large-scale state-sponsored surveillance continues to this day, obviously, because information is key to these agencies as much as it is to advertisers. Now, they don't pay, they don't gather advertising revenue, but it's their mission to gather this advertising. Whereas in the private world, it's just the way we operate. Even so, it was a bit of a surprise to some folk. And if anyone who had gone to IETF meetings around that period would have noticed that there was a certain amount of hysteria about, oh my God, the NSA has gone feral. And they drafted this, which I thought was an amazing statement. I'm not sure I agree with it, but nevertheless, there it is. That pervasive monitoring is an attack. It's an attack on you and I as individuals. That we're not going to stand for this anymore. That we believe that level of intrusion into networks is beyond what we expect. So the way we're going to react is we can't stop them, but we can make sure that we can turn out the lights. Turn out the lights. Who did the IETF consult? Nobody. Any governance involved in that decision? Well, not really. They just decided they'd had enough, and after a few meetings had got themselves into a level of hysteria there, this is what we're going to do. So what did this mean? Does anyone actually manage to get to a site that doesn't use TLS, HTTPS? There's a website that does the weather in Australia. We all call it BOM, the Bureau of Meteorology, who for some reason, the dear old folk there, there must be about 85 in the shade, still insist on running this site without TLS. And every time Chrome goes to it, it says, you know, Jeff, you're making a hideous mistake going to this site without TLS. My God, no, just let me get there. You sure now? Because, you know, TLS is everywhere now. It really is. So what we're now doing is encrypting every last session. Now, it has two benefits. I know the server that I'm talking to, irrespective of the address. Doesn't matter what address is used. The name of that server is the domain name that was given to someone who is operating that server. There's kind of some keying material that says, I don't know who owns that name, but whoever owns it is operating that server. Obviously, that's a great level of trust. Yeah, right. And the second thing is, I'll do a one-off session key against that server for this service. One-off, which actually makes the whole issue of trying to break that really quite difficult. And so a huge amount of the world now, 98%, all the web traffic is now with TLS. Oh, where am I aiming this? Audio visual? Over that way? Oh yeah. So here's Cloudflare radio, Cloudflare radar. 98.3% is TLS. So, you know, you really have to look hard to find someone who's not using TLS these days. It is close to complete. And then we found, oh, that's not really enough, is it? Because there's one protocol that is the universal tattletale of the entire internet. I actually don't care what you say to people. It really doesn't matter. I care a lot about who you talk to and when. So I don't need to see your web traffic. Puh, that's just a whole bunch of bits. As long as I can see your DNS, I know you. And if I can see your DNS in real time, I know what you're about to do in the next few seconds. I know you better than you know yourself. Everything you do starts with a call to the DNS. And if I can see your DNS, whoa, case over. So let's talk about the DNS for a second. Is it encrypted? No, not in the slightest. It's in the clear. Do you know where your DNS queries go? Serious question. Do you really? No. Each DNS query gets fanned out, and there are probably somewhere between 10 and 30 servers that actually figure out that you asked that question. That question, jeffs.super.secret.domainname.com, is now across a whole bunch of information at that time. So the DNS rats on everyone. It really does. And all you've got to do is just listen, nothing more. So the IETF said, right, time to clean this up. And they started working on this, and it's concentrated on the first part, the bit that identifies me as a user, that initial step from me to the first big, what we call a recursive resolver. It might be operated by my ISP, it might be operated by Google, it might be operated by Cloudflare, but that initial hop, which has been subject to all kinds of abuse and manipulation. The Great Chinese Firewall is based on that particular area, because that's the bit that it intrudes upon and says, no. Facebook, no. It does this via the DNS. And so what we've done is added the same kind of encryption and security as we've done for the web. Because you think about it, a small web object, a DNS query, what's the difference? None. It's just a small object. Query, response. So DNS over TLS? Sure. DNS over QUIC? We're going to come to that. And then DNS over HTTPS. You bury the DNS inside TLS, inside the tsunami of HTTP traffic. What's a DNS query? What's a web fetch? I don't know. You can do this, and we have. And these days, the DNS is actually largely into two areas. There's the lazy and the paranoid. The lazy, most of us, don't twiddle with the knobs. What your ISP says is your resolver, you just use it. It's open, it's unencrypted, it's in the clear, it's manipulable. That's the blue line at the top. And the blue line at the top is slowly coming down to around 70% of users are now just simply saying, well, that's what I've got. But look at those bottom lines. DNS over HTTPS, 10% of queries, 10% of users are now using DNS over HTTPS. And there's an equal percent slowly rising DNS over TLS. This is numbers coming from Cloudflare's recursive resolver 1.1.1.1. Now, a lot of you don't change your resolver. It'll take forever for this to happen, but you notice that those folk who are using it slowly on the increase. We're now managing to hide a large amount of what's going on in the DNS. Great, I've got the web, I've got the DNS, done, right? No, not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Because if you think about it, who I am and what I'm asking for are the two pieces of information that when you put it together says me, right? Can I make sure that nobody else on the internet can put those two pieces of information together ever again? That once it leaves me, once it leaves my application, they're separately encrypted. So no single party can join the two. Who uses Apple Private Data Relay? There's light in the wilderness. This is one of those cases where you use two-layer encryption. So no single point in the network can put me and what I'm asking for back together again because they're separately encrypted. So only the client endpoint, my application, has the two, and the bits in the middle are kept separate. Now we're using this in Apple Private Data Relay. And as I see it now, there are much more than the 3 people in this room who are using it. And what actually happens is that my queries don't come from my ISP anymore. I do not look like I'm a customer of Telstra, Optus or anything else. I am a customer of Cloudflare, or maybe Fastly, or maybe Akamai. And my traffic will emerge into the internet probably because I'm in Australia, in Sydney. In your case, it might well emerge in Auckland, but you will look like you're from Cloudflare. And there is no way that anyone can break that apart to find out it was you, or even what your ISP is and where you are. It's all hidden because those 2 relays, each of them only know 1/2 of the package. And so the end server gets to see that relay 2 has asked it a question. Great. But it has no idea who relay 2 is. Relay 1 knows it's me, but has no idea what the question was. And so this has actually been relatively popular in a number of places where this is important, like, China, And it's more than Apple Private Data Relay. There's Warp, there's a whole bunch of these products coming out because it kind of, works. Are we there yet? No. One more bit in the clear, one more tiny piece of information that the entire eavesdropping world now relies on. It's the only dim lead in this otherwise impenetrable darkness that says, you're going here. Because we've never quite figured out how to encrypt the server name indication of the TLS handshake. I'm a big server hotel. I serve, 5,000 websites. How do I know which certificate to present to you to go, yes, I'm really jeff.webcoast.com, as distinct from all the other thousands? Before we start encrypting, you have to tell me which destination you are trying to reach, typically in the clear. At that point, I have context, off we go, everything gets encrypted. That first piece of context, the server name indication, is still in the clear. And we've been working in the IETF for about 4 years, maybe longer, 5, in trying to encrypt it. A lot of folk are going, please don't. For God's sake, please don't. And they have a lot to do with folk who sort of eavesdrop for a living, because that's the last thing that actually, if you will, accounts for who's doing what. Progress is being made, but it is incredibly difficult, because what you need to do is encrypt it. Fine, we can do that, but you somehow need to put that encryption key in a place that's visible. Ooh, why don't we put it in the DNS? Using domain keys over the DNS, DANE, and sign it using DNSSEC. Well, that's a mouthful. Does it work? About 40% of the world's users will actually verify a DNS response if it's signed with DNSSEC. Ooh, this could work. And indeed, Cloudflare have mucked around with this and used a short-term hack that says, trust us. Why? Well, that's a good question, but let's just trust them. If you trust us, we can encrypt the SNI our way, which is a decent first step. And I suspect it's kind of, if you're really serious about this, this is where we're heading. That the SNI itself, the last vestige of where you're going and why, becomes opaque. You can't see. But all this relies on the web PKI. The entire security industry relies on the web PKI, those certificates. They're really good, aren't they? I can get mine for free. So can you. And if I can hijack your domain name for just, 15 seconds, I can get a certificate for your domain name. Really good. And John goes, no, Jeff, you're being naughty. I'm going to revoke that certificate. That's a naughty certificate. Revoke. And Chrome, the browser that has 80% market share, says, I don't care about no stinking revoked certificates. I'm going to let that certificate, even though it's been revoked, be out there and used for the next 90 days. This is the security foundation of the entire internet. It's fine as long as no one moves faster than 90 days. What was that Ether wallet, the Ether wallet steal? How long did that last? 90 days? 1 day? Wasn't it 45 minutes? It was. That's okay, certificate transparency and revocation will fix everything. Bullshit. No one does this because the whole thing about revoking a bad certificate is practically impossible. So what Google does with Chrome is says it's very, very easy. In our code, only Google can issue certificates about star.google.com. Everyone else, nah, sucks to be you. Literally. Google protects itself and says, well, the rest of you are just going to have to suffer because we have no answer for you. And that's the entire framework of the internet's security system. And you wonder why there's so many jobs in cyber this and cyber that, because the foundations are shit. And no one wants to confront it and nobody wants to fix it. Because it's just too damn expensive and too damn difficult because, oh my God, you've got to confront DNSSEC. You've got to actually confront some very fundamental questions that nobody actually wants to disrupt. So instead we have continual instances of the web PKI getting corrupted. You know, at one point, the Chinese Network Information Center, CNNIC, was a trusted certificate issuer. Anyone remember that? The Egyptians said, oh, we got a problem. We want to know who's talking on Gmail. And the Chinese said, we can help you. We will issue a certificate for star.google.com. And presto, it worked for a small amount of time until everyone panicked and ripped out the trust model for CNNIC as being a trusted certificate issuer. This stuff is horrible. This stuff is insecure. This stuff is not working. So we're sealing things up. We're gradually working on this. But why? Why do we think encryption is so important? Well, it's all about my privacy, isn't it? Dream on. As that Forbes article said, and it's true, privacy's dead and nobody cares. Would I rather pay $10 a search or have my profile gathered by Google? Oh, really? Really? Sure, Google, go for it. I'm yours. Because, you know, free. Gmail, free. Google Docs, free. Twitter, free. Sorry, X. Facebook, free. We've sold our privacy years ago. This is not about you and me. It never was. It's never about privacy per se. Nobody cares. Users happily betray their entire profiles to these folk because in general, free is just such a good service. And quite frankly, anyone who now wants to bring up a search you've got to pay for hasn't a hope in hell because you're competing against free. And there's not enough folk who value privacy and are prepared to spend money to actually make it into a commercial marketplace. So we're in this dark place because you wanted cheap and you've got cheap, and what you've sold is privacy, completely. So this whole privacy and encryption debate is not about you and I, and nor is it about protecting you and I. It's nothing to do with us. Well, who is it to do with? No surprises. This is the list of the top most valuable companies on the planet, valued by the value of their share multiplied by the number of shares out there. And although it's all the way across the room, because somehow this screen doesn't do a mirroring of this, Apple, Microsoft, Alphabet, NVIDIA is there somewhere. They're yours, my friends and my friends. They're the folk who are actually the hyperscalers of this world. They care. Why? Because quite frankly, if I'm Facebook and I've spent a lot of time and effort assembling your profile, and I can distinguish you from everyone else in this room, everyone else in New Zealand, everyone else on the planet, I know you, that's worth a lot to folk who want to advertise to you. As a book by Charles Dewey some years ago was with Walmart, and they were trying to get folk to shop at Walmart. And they discovered that the few times that you change your habit of shopping is your first child. And so they started analysing shopping baskets to detect when shoppers were shopping for a forthcoming child. And the family was pregnant for the first child. And with stunning accuracy, they then bombarded that poor shopper with all kinds of specials and offers about the first child. Effective, stunningly so. stunningly so. The program is worth every cent. Because once I know you, and I know your habits, and I know you, the advertising is really effective. It's no longer advertising, it's a timely, gentle suggestion that just nudges you into action. Surveillance capitalism now drives the entire internet. So who cares about privacy? Facebook cares a lot about privacy, a huge amount. So does Apple, so does Google. They really, really care. But who are they trying to keep it a secret from? Well, Facebook, Google, and Apple. Think about Facebook. You're running Facebook on your iPhone, for some of you who are still doing this. What's the iPhone? A hostile environment that rats on you. A hostile environment that's trying to take your secrets and send them back to Apple headquarters. The platform is indeed enemy space. So all of a sudden, privacy is all about protecting that profile from the network and even from the platforms at which it operates on. This is a new form of paranoia. So nothing's in the clear. Even in the platform itself, you don't use their libraries. That'll just tell on people. So all of a sudden, you're hiding your information and your behaviours from literally everyone. So now the application is centric in today's networking world. The application is actually the focal point, and it's trying to obscure its behaviour from the platform, any other application that's running on it, the common network infrastructure, everything. What you're doing on Facebook is a secret between you and Facebook. Between you and Facebook, and no other party. That's the whole idea. So how do you do that? There used to be this theory, and I was certainly brought up on it, that the platform provided the media drivers, provided the common operating system, provided TCP/IP, and the application just sat on top of this and did sockets. And so applications were simple. They were worthless little tiny pieces of code. All the real value, all the real complexity, all the millions of lines of code were in Microsoft Windows. And the whole idea was, by concentrating all that effort on software design into just one area, the operating system, all the applications could flourish and proliferate because they didn't have to do very much, right? So that's the exact opposite of today. The exact opposite. How do you do that? Well, you take TCP out of the story, and the DNS and everything else. Don't use common host platform libraries at all. Lift it up. TCP? No. No. That's a kernel function. No. So I want to change TCP. If I want to make this application invisible to everybody, I actually can't use the TCP that I've been given, the one on the platform. But if you try and alter the behaviour of TCP as an application, do you know how much good how far you're going to get? Nowhere. If you look at the Linux kernel, which everyone runs Linux apart from a few diehards on Microsoft, what you actually find is deep down in the kernel it says, "Hi, you're an incoming TCP packet. Right, let me shunt you stage left into the TCP driver that I've thoughtfully provided for you. All bets are off. I have control." An application, it's got, no, I didn't mean that. And yes, you did. It's TCP, it's ours. So you could try a new transport protocol like SCTP, the one they tried in the IETF. It's not Protocol 6 and it's not Protocol 17. It's Protocol something else. Do all of you run NATs? You probably do one way and another. There's NATs everywhere and firewalls and so on. And the typical firewall rule is Protocol 6? Oh yeah. Protocol 17? Oh yeah. Protocol anything else? Oh no. What about SCTP? Oh no. What about any other new protocol? Oh no. So you're actually stuck in a world that only lets through Protocol 6 and Protocol 17 and nothing else. So if you really, really want to muck around with TCP and actually change its behaviour in very fundamental ways, there's only one choice. Use UDP. That's the only other thing that gets through everywhere, right? So we did. We call it quick, but it's the new version of TCP for today's age. And what it does is it sits on top of UDP, but runs in application space. So all of those functions of the TCP driver, even the TLS libraries that are furnished by the platform, the answer is no, 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 no. No, not yours, mine. UDP, deliver the packet to me, I'll take over from here, says the application. I will do end-to-end security. I will do encryption. I will do authentication as an application. Because, you know, I can. Because, you know, even the crappiest tiny device out there on the planet can do this these days because silicon's awesome. So all of a sudden now we're lifting all this stuff up and customizing it per application. So Quick is the kind of 2020s version of TCP. Quick is an evolutionary step. It was always going to happen. Always, always, always. And so it's what we expect from a modern, capable transport protocol. How much is out there? Interesting question. You ask Cloudflare, hey, Cloudflare Radar, how much is out there? Folk who are actually using Quick as transport, and they go, oh yes, well, about 28%. Really? Makes a lot, but is that really? We did some measurements. We use this advertising network, and somehow we try and push everyone to use Quick if they possibly can. It's not easy, but we get a different number, and it's up around 70% of the world will use Quick if you kick them in the shins often enough, kneecap them a bit and say, look, the only way you're going to get this is with Quick, nothing else will work, keep on trying, and you end up with this rather odd map that everywhere in the world can get to us using Quick with just two notable exceptions, and I'm buggered if I know what's going on in Eritrea. Got me stumped. But everywhere else, no, you know, it's just there. It is really just there. You go to other places, and Cisco did an amazing slide packer about a year ago now. They came out to OzNOG and did it. I don't think they've done it in NZNOG, but it's worthwhile listening to or watching. Because Cisco, using their network visibility index or whatever they called it, started to look at traffic from the major providers across a large European ISP, I think. YouTube, Quick. Facebook, Quick. It's all online, Narelle. Instagram, Quick. Quick, 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 quick. For those of you who run networks and are doing streaming video, by byte, how much of your traffic is now encrypted UDP? And I'll take any bid between 85% and 95%. That's what it is these days. It's all streaming video and it's all Quick. We've gone there. Why? It's astonishingly fast. It's fast because it got rid of all this, I have to start TCP, then I have to start TLS, and then I have to handshake this and handshake that, and are you still there? You know, all that kind of crap. Quick does fast reconnect. It does everything that TLS 1.3 is meant to do. It's blindingly quick. It hides everything from the network. Oh, you're using TCP accelerators. I'm running Quick. It doesn't work anymore. You can't see inside that application stream anymore. There's no visible server name if you're doing it right. It's all just gone. No visible traffic profile because everything is 1200 octet packets. Everything, because it can just pad it out. No fragmentation controls. Quick is an application, and it's deeply inside the application. Interesting question. If you wrote a Quick client, could it talk to Netflix's Quick server? How do you know? What standard has Netflix used? Well, it's all encrypted. The Netflix server is only there to talk to Netflix clients. Talk to me a little bit about standards. I'm now getting interested. What is the value of a Quick standard if it's an application attribute? And you start to realize very quickly that the application folk are doing their level best to fragment the internet so much faster and so much more effectively than all of the hot air we produced over the last 30 years about open this and open that and standards. They've taken all this book and just ripped it to shreds because applications are paranoid, totally paranoid. And all this capability, all this silicon power is there to make applications do whatever they damn well like, independently of anything else. So, what are the prospects for TCP? I'm sorry, dinosaur land. It's looking pretty crap. Faster startup. God, it even has reliable remote procedure calls. It has all the programming hints that TCP always wanted to do but never could. multi-channel, frictionless. Network operators, it's just all black. It's just all black. Give up. There's nothing to see. Direct application service provider, yes. And because Quick works on UDP and because all you guys love to do NATs, guess what? It's address agile. You can change the source address every 2 RTT intervals, and Quick goes short, not a problem. You can do whatever you like. I will just keep on working, because what binds you and me is inside the encryption level. It has nothing to do with your source address. Nothing. So even addresses and addressing is now irrelevant in a Quick world. Irrelevant. Take that, APNIC people. Oh God, I work for them. Shit. Oops. But it does say something about the money in this internet. When we first started the internet, the giants of this world were AT&T and British Telecom, France Telecom. They employed hundreds of thousands of people. They were the largest employer in every single country. Certainly that was true in Australia, and probably true in New Zealand too. The New Zealand Telecom of the day employed tens of thousands of people. You know, it was big. The money was down at the network level. All the investments were happening at that level, and they ran the show. They orchestrated this. Well, who's got it now? Well, I refer you to the list of the most valuable companies in the world. And where are they? At the application level. All the money is inside apps. All the money is now up there in applications. And so Quick and everything else has just followed the money. Who's working on new technology? Well, Facebook, Google, Amazon, Microsoft at the application level. What operating platform does everyone use? Oh, Linux. Why? Oh, it's free. Who cares? How much money is left in networking, all you networking people? Life is shit. And you know it's bad. You know, it really is tough out there because you're being commoditized and marginalized because the money has floated upward. No one values what you do. They should, I agree, and you're doing a great job, I guess, but it's not a valued job. The money isn't going to where you are anymore. It's moved up. Now, at this point, we get into internet governance. Absolutely. Because this is the alternate view of internet governance, and it's not multi-stakeholderism. It's entirely the opposite. This is an industry based on mutual distrust and extreme suspicion of each other. Of each other. Facebook hates everybody equally. So does Google, if you really scratch it hard, equally. Quick and mask are an intrinsic factor in just wrapping everything up and hiding it from everybody. Everybody. The network operator, 1200 octet packets, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Nothing to see. Well, it'll all get better next year. No, it won't. Well, how about in 5 years? No, it won't. There's no coming back from this particular position that we find ourselves in. Absolutely none. All this work over the last 20 odd years of technology evolution has been moving us up the application stack, up into application-centric networking. How about traffic shaping, traffic management, traffic engineering? Yes, I look at port numbers very carefully. Yeah, right, so what? I do traffic shaping, so what? I have load balancing. I'm sorry, it's all encrypted. You cannot see. So the new networking rules are very, very, very different. Because when all your traffic is encrypted, the network is of no help whatsoever and cannot do anything because everything is encrypted. This is not fun. So I quote the founder of PayPal, Peter Thiel, one of them, who said, competition is for losers. And he said it out loud in the Wall Street Journal, I think. Incredible thing to say. But if you paraphrase what he's saying is, what you can't dominate, you commoditize. What you can't buy, you make worthless. And that is the mode of operation of today's internet. Those are the governance rules. What I can't control isn't worth controlling. And that's Google's mantra, it's Facebook's mantra, it's certainly Microsoft's mantra, and so on. So now, vertically integrated service providers, nah. It's deregulated in markets and the applications folk have all the money. Carriage is a worthless commodity. When you're in the way, submarine cables, Google said, fine, I'll just build my own. I'm not interested in playing with anyone else. I have no interest in third-party dependencies. If I need it, I'll buy it and I'll run it. If I don't need it, I'll make it worthless. And that's what happened. And so control over the platform, Windows is worthless. Linux is worthless. So worthless, Google give it away for free because it's worthless. Operating systems now just don't care. They're just basic task schedulers. It's a new space. This is not interoperability. It's not. It's almost the antithesis of interoperability. We've minimised and commoditised all of those parts to the point where, quite frankly, the application needs to do all that work. If we'd have had that XZ vulnerability 10 years ago, I'm not sure any of you'd be here. You'd still be panicking on where it is and what aspects of your environment were compromised by having this bug. Quite frankly, no one cares. Oh, there's a bug in Linux, so what? Does it affect the Facebook application, the Netflix application? Well, no, unless they were using it themselves, but then it's their problem, not your problem, right? So all of a sudden, there is no interoperability. Standards are dead, absolutely dead, because they're worthless. And open is sort of a quaint historic notion, because that's the world we built. We gave all of the money up into the application space, and each of them separately ran away with it. And they're running as far as they can from each other as much as from everyone else. The hyperscalers in today's new internet governance world have won absolutely everything. Everything. I said it was an internet governance talk. Thank you.
Any questions? No, it looks like you've got off
Nothing
lightly.
like bad news on a Thursday morning. Thank you very much.
So next up, we've got someone who's been along to many NZNOGs and has been well known in this community, but first-time speaker. So I'd like to give a warm welcome to Sean Fisher, who's going to come up and talk to us about UFB authentication and awful CPEs.
Yeah, cool, awesome, cheers. Thanks, Dave. I must admit, following Jeff is a bit of a tall order, especially first-time presenter up here, of course. But then I remembered I get the opportunity to talk about how we have fibre to the home at an immense speed of up to 8 gig, which did make it feel a bit better. So, yeah, suck that. For anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Sean and I'm the Veta Man, so I'm the founder and ops manager at Veta Online. And I'm going to take it down a notch, talk about some things that you guys may know and some hurdles that you may not from a lot of sort of recent adventures that we've been on with authentication and really shit routers. So, I'm going to talk a bit first about the UFB background and how fortunate we are and how envious we are to the world. Why now? Why should we authenticate with everything and all the options that we have, and how circuit ID insertion works nowadays? How we actually do it, our deployment, how we interpret packets, how we keep users' static IPs the same, which is the real difficult bit, and then we'll get on to really shit routers. I'm going to try and not start a debate on DHCP versus PPPoE. I'm a firm believer that both are right and no one's wrong. And I'm also not going to get into vendor specifics because in terms of BNGs and flavors, it gets really tricky. And I'll be up here all day and I don't really want to do that. So first and foremost, we are super, super lucky. So the UFB background, the UFB network in the country, is really split between 4 main LFCs, being North Power, TFF, who used to be ultra-fast fibre, Enable in Christchurch, and then Chorus making up the balance. There are other smaller and mainly private fibre companies. A lot of them are also electricity companies laying fibre at the same time, like Unison, Electricity Ashburton, Network Tasman, etc., etc. 4 gig, pretty commoditised now. Most places around the country can get a 4 gig hyperfibre service into your home, which is pretty amazing. And then in sort of Auckland and Wellington and growing, we can even get up to 8 gig. So again, we are super, super lucky. and XGS PON has just raised the bar for everyone. We're also then immensely lucky that on the Chorus network, we then have circuit tail extension. So for smaller providers, you don't have to have a POP in every locality around the country. You can pick up a circuit at a local level, at your local exchange, at a regional level, at, say, going from here to Christchurch, or here to maybe Blenheim, at a same island level, being Christchurch, or even just have one single handover for the whole country, maybe not the best idea, and take it all back to Auckland. Obviously, then you use the Chorus backhaul network around the country to form that national coverage. Again, really, really cool. Every circuit then spits out the handover in an SVID, CVID notion, and you can pick your ether type, how you want that to display to you, whether it's Q&Q, .1AD, etc. So this really gives every provider the ability to have a national coverage from day one, something that I think, again, makes us stand out from the world, which is really cool. For all of those circuits, LFCs then insert a circuit ID into the packets of that authentication attempt so that providers can then authenticate the user. And each LFC kind of has their own bit of a flavour on that, which I'll talk about soon. So for example, with Chorus, comes in with a Chorus, I guess, preface, so you know it's a Chorus circuit, the product ID, which you get from the order that you've placed with the LFC, and then you can authenticate that using a Radius ADSL agent remote ID parameter. All really standard stuff, what most of us are already doing. So what's changed? Why should we be authenticating with both PPPoE and DHCP? Well, it's better. It's a better out-of-box experience for users. They can go to a shop, they can grab a router, they can plug it in, and whether the out-of-box experience is for PPPoE or DHCP, we don't give a shit. It connects and it gets live customers online. Better performance on DHCP. This has really come out with Hyperfiber. Really getting over that 1 gig limit with PPPoE is really hard. It's really intense on routers CPUs, whereas DHCP is a lot more open. There's no NCAP, DNCAP. There's no MTU issues from actually having to have a header on your PPPoE going into it. So you're not having to fragment packets going out your WAN. That leads to a better customer experience, both in terms of speed, ease of use, and actually configuring the router. If a user's used to setting up PPPoE on a router, go for it. If you want to use DHCP, go for it. Again, we don't care. So it's down to personal preference a little bit as well. And also because we can, it is now possible, which I'm going to talk about in a mo. So for us, why have we started doing it now? We've been really, really busy over the last 6 to 9 months with an immense amount of growth within our network, where we're talking growth scale from that to sort of that within a matter of months. So we've completely re-architected our network core, our network backbone, setting up much larger links than we were ever doing before. And we also completely re-architected our authentication stack. So for us, it was a prime opportunity to challenge the status quo. So very roughly speaking, I won't go into it too much. This is how our authentication stack now works. So working from the right to the left, we have our BNGs around the country, going to free radius boxes, geodiverse around the country, which then into radius mediators. So this is where we're doing all of our smarts that not necessarily can be handled within radius, and this is where we're actually splitting apart packets, inspecting them, doing all the funky stuff with them. That goes to a database replica set, and then on the other side we have mediator boxes for our provisioning services connecting to our CRM tools. We thought it would be actually not too bad and pretty easy. We were really, really wrong. So on paper you go, yes, sweet, yeah, we'll just auth DHCP and auth PPPoE, open it up, yes, sweet, no dramas, lots of dramas. So this might trigger my team's PTSD. So why now? The big change has been Chorus. So all the other LFCs, by default, have allowed all of us RSPs to have circuit ID insertion for both DHCP on option 82 and PPPoE as a relay. So that's really cool. Chorus have not until late February. They open up the ability. So thanks to Brent and his team, really has actually opened this up. And while, yes, you could have done it previously, having PPPoE with a username and password, and have DHCP. What we're really trying to make it happen is plug in a router, no config, make it ubiquitous, authenticate anywhere, we don't care. So Chorus has now changed from when you do a service order, and I've just pulled this out of the portal rather than B2B and integrations and everything, or should I say their new API, a much better idea. You no longer need to pick between a DHCP option 82 insertion or PPPoE relay insertion. It's now an on-off toggle. So if you want circuit ID insertion with Chorus, you throw it as on, you get both. What you do with that, completely up to you. And then going back to the packet interpretation, we then have the circuit IDs again from Chorus and then from another provider like TFF. How you get them from their portal into your CRM and your provisioning tools. You then need to apply a little bit of regex because every provider is a little bit different. So we've got different LFCs inserting those circuit IDs slightly differently. So splitting that regex out into a way that your provisioning systems understand. Again, this is stuff that we all are probably doing to some degree at the moment, but it's going to get painful. In terms of the packets, PPPoE is really easy. There's a PPPoE tag called a remote ID tag. Inside there, the LFC will very nicely throw a remote ID in there for you and the authentication packet. And then for DHCP, similar, it'll throw into an option 82 in your DHCP packet. That's hex encoded. Decode that and you get the exact same result. So you can see on this circuit, we've got the same remote ID for PPPoE and for DHCP. That's what we want. User can come in with either. We don't care. Let's get them online. So there's a couple of hurdles with this. This, again, all sounds really nice on paper. It sounds really easy. And this is where we get to the point of my talk why I wanted to come up here. Because with Chorus now opening up this ability, a lot of us are going to want to start doing this. And it would be really nice if, as a community, not everyone had to go through our pain. So we now know how to identify an incoming circuit and authenticate it. Excellent. I'm not going to go into specifics on how to configure every single BNG. This is more a lot of forewarning on if you're going to go down this path, which you should, be aware. So the first is keeping users' IP addressing the same. Now, if you want to have dynamic for PPPoE and dynamic for DHCP, piece of piss. Have separate pools, user comes up, no dramas, easy as. You want to have static IP addressing on a PPPoE circuit, piece of piss. You've got your IP address, you're coming to me as an encapsulated tunnel to your gateway, a CP is going to throw a default route over that, you're online, everyone's happy. DHCP, keeping that static address, is again a little bit difficult. So going back to we're wanting to keep users' static addresses the same, whether they are connecting via PPPoE or DHCP. That's the tricky bit. We don't want them to talk to a help desk. We don't want them to press a button. We want them to plug in, chop change between the two. We don't care. How do we actually do that when we need the address to exist across both authentication mechanisms or across different pools? It does pose some difficulties. So the trick here is to issue a DHCP address with a /32 mask, point-to-point addressing. Now, yes, you could have users using a static address within a pool that is allocated to DHCP. So if they're on PPPoE, if they're not live, go look at DHCP. But that poses challenges when you've got multiple BNGs in kind of like an active-active fashion. We want users to authenticate anywhere. So we use a /32 mask, we use point-to-point addressing for DHCP. Cool, excellent, very akin to how PPPoE works. The difficulty, of course, as we probably all experience with point-to-point addressing, is it's not normal behavior for NCPE routers to install a default route when we're getting a 255, 255, 255, 255 mask. And that gateway is therefore outside of the broadcast domain of my IP. So, very luckily though, we have an RFC, because everyone follows those, right? We have DHCP option 82, RFC 3442 for classless routes. So this allows you to send a route down to a CPE and say, hey, you've got your point-to-point addressing, I want you to put a default route into that. I'm going to give you a default route, I'm going to tell you what gateway to send it to, and you're going to put it in your routing table, right? Of course, that's how everything works. It's just going to work perfectly. Some routers are shit. Some just won't request the option, don't support the RFC, can't force it down to them, we'll ignore it, I know best, piss off. So then the customer needs to add a default route. That's not as easy, that's not as ubiquitous. And then some routers won't even let you do that. So Mr. Error on the left-hand side won't accept RFC. As a provider, you can't throw a route into its table, and the customer can't even add a route anyway. Awesome, I guess you're on PPPoE. Netcoms are also notorious, where they won't accept a route over the option 141. However, you can add a manual route, so it's not the end of the world. Good thing about these, silver lining, these routers offload PPPoE quite well. So again, a lot of the reason why we're doing this, alongside preference, is also to get every single bit out of their connection, which DHCP allows. The next problem is that so many routers will actually go out and attempt both PPPoE and DHCP by default. So they'll plug it in, we'll get spam with both, and we go, sweet, which one did you want again? How do I know? I'll flip a coin, maybe it'll work, who knows. That's problem number one. And then there's the Zeus, who have this just mind-boggling option called Enabled VPN and DHCP Connection, which has appeared more in modern firmwares. In previous firmwares, it just didn't even show. It's enabled by default. Hands up, does anyone know what this does? Or knows why it's there? Because this took me a hell of a long time to work out. So we always expected PPPoE and DHCP to come to us from badly configured routers. We always knew that was going to happen. What we didn't expect is how many routers are just going to do it by default. Or oddities where you have a MikroTik with Detect Internet enabled, and it's going to spawn a DHCP client that you can't even see, you don't know exists. So how do we know what to do? This option with the Zeus especially, what this actually does, this enables a DHCP client in the background of the router's configuration. It will only talk to the gateway. It won't accept traffic from anywhere else. It won't install a default route. You can't install a default route, and you can't modify the client. Nice, brilliant, fantastic. I dug, because this really piqued my curiosity. So Mr. R. Merlin off this random forum actually answered the question as to why this exists. And it's to do with our Soviet friends, actually. So I could probably put one and one together as to why this happens. How they authenticate internet circuits is you will do DHCP to the BNG, and then over top you'll set up a PPTP tunnel for your public IP and internet access. So obviously really highly secure, so the Soviets would never need to look at your traffic, of course. Yeah, so apparently that's enabled just for Soviets, most like Zeus routers. If anyone knows further about this, please come and grab me. I've got two big questions. Why do you know so much about Russian telecommunications? And then secondly, what the hell? I really want to know more. So we then have all these routers attempting both PPPoE and DHCP. We have a few options that we can actually deal with. The first is we accept both, hope for the best, do jack shit. We're going to hurt our service desk, we're going to have a really terrible customer experience, and it's just going to be an all-round bad time, with some users authenticating with some that don't work because they're misconfigured, some that do. It's just going to be a nightmare. We can do auth type lockouts. So if me as a BNG, I see Mr. User come along and authenticate with both PPPoE and DHCP, I'm going to make a decision that I'm going to make a preference to one or the other, and I'm going to lock out the other for X number of minutes. I believe Spark do something similar like this, where if a DHCP request comes in, it locks that out for half an hour. Problem with that is if you're like us, where you're running active BNGs side by side, so a circuit is exposed to multiple BNGs, I don't care which one you're connecting to, you go nuts. It's really hard to develop a system where the BNGs can then communicate that between each other. We can reject subsequent authentication attempts, so we can just go, look, whichever one is going to win, and actually we get the request first on, which is usually DHCP, we're going to go ahead and authenticate that, and then any other authentication method can piss right off. And then lastly, we can just help Mr. User, go and decide. We kind of did a little bit of a hybrid approach here with the last two. So by default, we will reject subsequent authentications. So a user comes along, plugs in their router, we get whatever method first. If they've got dual dialers, we'll authenticate you and bring you up. When that happens, we then display a message in our portal to the users to say, hey, just so you know, you might be online, but we're seeing both PPPoE and DHCP attempts. Go and have a look at your router. You may need to have a wee tweak. And then we also provide a toggle, that part of that user selection process, where we actually allow users to turn off DHCP authentication, which does seem to be the troublemaker, both from the standpoint of routers not accepting RFC or not following RFC and not adding a default route, and then also some dialers just like a Zeus and not doing anything with the dialer. So a user can then disable DHCP authentication, the PPPoE flows through, they get connected. Again, we really thought there'd only be a handful of consumers and consumer routers that would actually have these dual dialers. We were so wrong. We were so wrong. And to give an instance of that, so we have, it makes your logs really, really busy. And so this is an example, just a screenshot of ours, where the traffic's going to the BNG, and then our mediators are making a decision on which authentication type is going to happen. But of course, the other authentication type that isn't live is just going to keep on trying. And you can look on like the timestamps there, it just goes haywire. But luckily Grafana does filtering, so we just blissfully ignore that's even a thing. But the time frequency is pretty astonishing. So how did it go? So now we've established, hey, we're doing both PPPoE and DHCP, PPPoE, whatever you want to call it. We have a tech-centric retail brand. Within 7 weeks, so that's from late Feb to now, 40% of users have switched to DHCP, which we didn't offer at all prior, which is pretty amazing. And then users over 1 gig, naturally, are seeing the biggest improvement over PPPoE due to the CPU on their routers. And routers that don't hardware offload PPPoE, which some are pretty astonishing. They have the ASICs there and just do nothing with them. So for example, this user, Netgear Orbi, PPPoE previously on a 2 gig hyperfiber, absolutely capping out their CPU on their router, switching to DHCP, line speed, no problem. And similar story with a FortiGate, which actually couldn't do 1 gig down, 500 up on PPPoE. It just couldn't get over 500 meg downstream, which was pretty amazing. So we did it. Yay. We now have users with high connection throughputs, more load on the network, yeehaw. We have high customer satisfaction, high speeds, easier setup, and it actually does work. But there are a lot of hurdles to get there. Godspeed to anyone that's going to do it, and hopefully that helps. Thank you very much. Any questions?
More of a comment, Matthew from Representing Australia. We've been doing this with NBN for quite a few years. Why is New Zealand finally copying us?
In terms of the dual circuit ID insertion, I'll refer to my friends at Chorus, because all the other LFCs have been doing it for years too.
Again, sorry, comments, not questions. I'd like to formally apologise for our ordering interface at Enable.
Well, I was always told through our induction that it's called IBSS to be the irritable bowel syndrome system. So it's true to name, yeah.
So for circuit insertion, we are stuck with 3 options: default, on, or off.
Yes.
Do not choose default. It does not mean what you think it means. We cannot change the wording, the drop downs, or anything. It will be fixed in the next release. Default relates to Huawei defaults, which is probably off. It's got nothing to do with your service at all. So anyway.
Yeah, really good addition. That was one of our troubles too. Yeah, I think you helped us with that and re-educating us a little.
Hi, Peter from Chorus here. Sorry it took us so long. Believe it or not, it was actually my fault. But it was a problem we had with the network when we launched. And then we didn't have the tool to migrate our customers, so we had to wait. And then I had to convince management it was a good idea, which also took a little bit of time. So yeah, my apologies.
Hey, it works. You did it. Now we can use it.
So, did any of you look at the additional compute and power overhead required for running PPVOE sessions versus just using DHCP? Because I would imagine it's considerably on orders of magnitude more milliwatts to run PPVOE sessions.
On the BNGs themselves for the
Both ways, because you're going to be using more cycles on the CPUs, but also on the Terminator as well. So.
Yeah, really good question. It's like, again, I'll try not to get into the debate between the two. I'm a PPPoE man. I love having a nice tunnel. I know if it's up or down. So long as your BNGs are grunty enough, right, it's not a massive concern. But certainly we, across so that tech-centric user brand with 40% uptake, I wouldn't say it's been the same representation in terms of the actual load on the BNGs. We've probably seen maybe 5-10% shaved off top. It's not massive. What is interesting, however, is on the database side with DHCP is significantly lower, as we're not ingesting all the PPP authentication packets that are coming through. So we're literally just looking at authentication. So the number of requests coming through for DHCP connections on the authentication side is significantly less without that accounting data. So that's quite a big help as well. Yeah, maybe. Done. Sweet, I survived. Thank you all.
Thank you, Sean. So next up, we've got me giving a bit of a NZNOG update. So first of all, just a reminder that this NZNOG has been brought to us by .NZ, and they've been a massive sort of part of this NZNOG, so thank you for coming on board. It's been really appreciated. About a year ago, I stood up on stage and I sort of delivered probably not great news, where Internet NZ, after sort of 15 years of supporting us, were telling us to go away and do our own thing. Things have actually sort of moved on since then in a pretty good state. So we've taken on all our own admin. We've doing our own stuff in Xero, kind of dealing with all our kind of day-to-day administration. We've found our own accountant. They're doing Wellington-based, doing all our books, making it sort of as easy as possible. Doing all our own Xero stuff. Got our own lawyer, so we can kind of get contracts made and everything like that. And really, kind of Internet NZ have somewhat forced us to stand on our own 2 feet and just look after our own stuff. Finally. We were very pessimistic a year ago about the books. Like, we kind of saw a 30k hole in our books, mainly from .NZ coming on board as our platinum sponsor. That hole has been filled, and our books are nicely balanced for this year. But it does really stress the importance of sponsors. Like, to keep this as a low-cost, cheap conference, we need really good sponsors coming on board each year. So a bit of an update on the current trustees. So NZNOG is a trust. It was formed, I think, almost 20 years ago. The trustees are designed to kind of cycle in and out. So we've got some of the original trustees sort of sitting in front of me. At the moment, we've got Richard, myself, Nathan as the 3 main active trustees. Barry is sort of somewhat active, but as you know, he's not in this sort of industry anymore. Gerard Creamer, many of you will remember, he's emceed a lot of our conferences, been very involved, but he owned NetSpace, sold that to Trade Me many years ago, and he has finally stepped down as a trustee in the last few months, just because he was quite happy where we're at and we've got the good trustees around. What the trustees do, we're actually not supposed to organise the conference, though we somewhat do that. Our job's to ensure that we get a New Zealand networking technical conference in the country each year. That's our primary role as trustees. To do that, because we're all useless and lazy, we appoint a conference organiser who does most of that work. But we have to ensure a program happens. We do majority of that. We've got to find the sponsorship generally. Like, sponsors tend to find us, but we've got to do the work to kind of sign them up, etc. And really, we sort of, whilst we don't book rooms or order catering or things like that, we have to ensure all that stuff happens and actually oversee the running of the conference. Now, to jump to it, we need new trustees. Like, we expect that Barry will move away sometime in the next year or two from the trust, just because he's not in this industry anymore. So it leaves us with 3 active trustees. We have had names suggested to us in the past. We do have quite strict requirements. There needs to be people we trust and we sort of really think they're going to look after this sort of organisation and conference in the industry really well. But if you are interested, please come talk to us. So that's myself, Nathan, or Richard. We're really keen to talk to people, find out what skills you have to offer, check that we know you, check you're sort of well established in the industry, everything like that. So in terms of NZNOGs, we, as most of you know, move all around the country. We're not kind of like AusNOG who stick to the two big cities. We've sort of established a cycle that kind of tries to look after most of the country, or sort of not look after the rest of the country, sort of in a cycle. So typically we go to a big city, so Auckland, Wellington, Christchurch. We then follow that up with a regional city or a town in the North Island, and then we try to get to the South Island every 3 years as well. And that sort of gives us a general sort of 3 or 4 year cycle of what we do. What we'd typically do, say in this year, is come June or July, we'd start scoping out our next conference. But what we've found is, since we're now a conference of 200 people, there's only about sort of 10 or 11 cities in the country that can hold us, and they get booked up very, very sort of quickly. Like a year out, 18 months out, they can be all booked up. So for something a bit different this time around, we're announcing right now that we're holding the next NZNOG in Napier next year. We only went there about 5 years ago. It was a really successful event with a really good venue, the Napier War Memorial Centre. And another big thing has just been Cyclone Gabrielle. As I'm sure everyone here knows, whether you're Kiwi or Australian, we had a massive cyclone slam into Napier and the surrounding areas last year. The region's still recovering, and by us going back there, we just hope that sort of helps a little bit. So yeah, the week of the 7th to 11th of April, with the conference proper on the 10th and 11th of April in Napier next year. So the other thing is, with our talks, prior to COVID, we typically got a really good full program. Probably about 33% of our talks or so were actually international speakers, then quite a few Australians and the rest Kiwis. Now, COVID, for a couple of years, we stopped all international travel, and my observation is there's a lot less international travel out there. There's a lot less people attending international conferences, and a lot of big companies have got some pretty strict budgets and stuff. So we're really seeing a lot less internationals come to NZNOG now. In 2022, when we held it in Wellington, borders were still somewhat closed. The Kiwis and somewhat the Australians really stepped up, and we had a lot of great local content. Really, we need more local content. We're not expecting as many internationals down the track. We get a few really good key internationals, but we need more local content. So if you've got an idea for a talk that you'd like to give, come talk to us. Talk to us early. If you've got an idea of a talk you'd like to hear, that's the other thing we really need to hear from you, is if there's stuff that we haven't talked about at NZNOG that you want to hear about, talk to us. We can probably find the right people to talk to you about it and tap them on the shoulder and go from there. If you want help with how to present or anything like that, then talk to me or Nathan. We've got first-time presenters such as Sean out there, and Sean's like a big thing here. Like, having a person who's been to the conference a few times stand up on stage and actually talk is a really key thing. Karting tonight. So as people have probably noticed, we've got quite a big storm kind of lurking around the top of the South Island, bottom of the North Island. It's supposed to get quite wet this evening, I believe, possibly windy. Karting has ensured us they're an all-weather event. They like running in the wet. They have wet weather gear. We'll make a call late this afternoon as to whether this is happening. We expect it's going to be happening at the moment. We will cancel if we absolutely have to. I really suggest taking spare change of clothes, make use of their wet weather gear, all of that. But enjoy it. It'll be more sort of like a drift racing, I guess, or slicks. But buses are leaving from the hotel at 4:10 this afternoon for that one. If you do decide to drop out from karting due to the weather, then maybe let Yvonne, our conference organiser, know, just we might have some people wanting seats or anything like that. The other things tonight, so karting as mentioned, 4:10 for the bus, Coach House Museum buses from 5:15. The dinner venue, which is the Spates Ale House, is right over the road from the Coach House, so it's easy to get to. And buses will start bringing you back to the hotel from 9:30 or back into central Nelson. And I think that is me, yes. So that's all the NZNOG updates. If anyone's got any questions on NZNOG in general, now's a great time. And otherwise I'll move on to our next talk. No?
trustees that don't look like the three of us. So women would be great. Any sort of minorities, any of that sort of thing, that would be fantastic. Diversity would be something that we would be very keen on, I think. Yep.
And I guess on that note, and this leads into Narelle, who's talking next. Probably 15, 20 years ago, when we started turning up to NZNOG, we'd get the one token female in the room, and that was Ali. Nowadays, we tend to maybe, like, if we're lucky, we might have a dozen females out there in the room, but we're probably struggling to get that. So things are improving, but we are very much a sort of middle-aged white guy industry, and we would like to change that. So we, as NZNOG, would like to encourage a bit more diversity to come to the conference, and we'd like to help that. So without saying too much about that, that leads me into Narelle, who's our next speaker. Now, Narelle does many things. She's the CEO of IAA, but also she's looking after Sisters. Is that a good way of saying it, Narelle? Which is we'll let you go. Come on up. Narelle.
Excellent. You get to see the prezzo. Narelle Clark, CEO of Internet Association of Australia. We run the operations of NZIX on behalf of NZIX, which is a wonderful bunch of people, great board, great community, great committee, wonderful set of IXs. Do come here with us. It's excellent. Enough said? I want to tell you a little bit about our Sisters program. It's a thing that we've been running in Australia for the last few years. Anytime you're ready, put the prezzo up. Sorry. Basically, a few years ago, what happened was we had a death on our staff, and my board particularly wanted to remember Kelly, because she was magnificent. And we also were quite aware of the fact that, year after year after year of going to AusNOG and thoroughly enjoying AusNOG. I mean, as any engineer knows, you really do enjoy these sorts of things because you get to geek out with a whole bunch of good mates. But the thing was, year after year after year, there was me, there was Ellie, there's Jen. It's like the same three women turning up year after year. It's like, I love you guys. I mean, truly. But you kind of sort of get a bit like, who else is coming and how do we get them to stay? And it'd be year after, you'd see a few sort of come and go and wonder what was going on. Now, do I get to change? Oh, yeah, I do get to change the slides too. Excellent. So let's just let you know about what Sisters does and how it works. So we'll do it really quickly as well. Come on, anytime. Helps you press the right button, doesn't it? Yep, that's the big middle one. Yeah, big middle one. Magical, next. I'm not getting next. I'm pressing the button. Do I need to take it apart, put new batteries in? Little bit of, I got no mouse. It's like, hey, next slide, I can do a bit of stand-up if that works, or we can talk about, how on earth do these tunable lasers work? That is doing my head in. Okay, Sisters, well, a bit more. So the Sisters program basically sponsors internet industry women to attend AusNOG. It's the thing we do. The slide after the first one would be really good. Can't even advance me. I've got a laptop. Usually works. Because you've got to see the graphics. One of my team did the graphics. They're really cool. Or we can talk about quick. Or we could talk about Wake's renumbering that happened. It was really cool. We did it quite promptly. It was fine. We just gave everybody a new subnet, new host. Anyway, fine.
This is like the opposite of a picture coocher, isn't it?
Yeah, this is the opposite of picture coocher. Like, this is fill it in for us. So they're clicking buttons on this screen here, and I'm filling in, if you hadn't figured that out. It did work. I tested it. But like all good testing regimes, it all goes to the proverbial when you get up on stage and you've got to talk it through. So anyway, Sisters. What did I say? So a lot of times when you're sitting there, I mean, I'm sure we've all gone through that thing where you sit there and you think, do I really belong here? Do I actually know what I'm talking about? Am I qualified to be here? And if you're the only person in a room that looks like you, or you're one of a small number of people that do, you start to think, well, maybe I really don't belong here. And then you've got questions like, you know, I want to have a family, or I've got a family, and can I manage all of this together? And you ask all these questions. And women, you might ask these questions every day, every week, maybe once in a while. But women typically in our industry ask these questions of themselves all the time, and they're constantly being challenged. Are you really nerdy enough? Do you really understand what you're talking about here? When, you know, generally, they do actually know what they're talking about. But let's go on here. Can I please see some of these slides?
Just try and make it PDFs.
Yeah, can I have that? That'll be brilliant. Sorry. Yeah, thank you. And I mean, I can talk about this under wet cement, but I did have an order here. I'm in the middle of trying to change my flights. As you do. Thanks. Okay. So basically the Sisters program sponsors internet industry women to attend NZNOG every year. We open applications around February and keep them open until about April. Attendees are then selected, they go through a selection process, and we notify them by the end of May as to who's successful or not. And then they get to attend both an IAA Sisters workshop and the 2-day NZNOG Conference in September. What some of the sisters say are things like the program was engaging and helpful, especially in a field that is so male-dominated. Recent qualitative analysis found that the participants felt the program helped them to grow in confidence and advance their careers. And we've actually seen a few of the sisters go on to promotions and other roles within their sector, and that's really great to see. You know, seeing somebody who's sort of entered into the industry, working in field ops somewhere, you know, they thought they were pretty clueless, they thought they had no idea. And along the way, they've learnt a few things, and they've grown, and they've developed and become, now they're field ops managers somewhere, or they've grown on to another role in another sector. So basically, the applicants must be employed in any capacity within the internet industry, or studying or working towards this goal. A lot of women don't have classical linear careers. They enter in from some sideways point. They come in via admin or marketing or somewhere like that. Oh, excellent, look at this. Yeah, I did that bit, right? Yep, and we did that bit. Yep, all good. Yeah, so they need to be employed in any capacity within the internet industry, or studying or working towards that goal. So I don't care if they're working in admin, they're in engineering, marketing, operations, or regulatory, as long as it's within that broad definition of the internet industry. They've got a job or they're working towards it. They need an endorsement from a supervisor or a mentor. You know, someone that can say, you know, their current boss, their teacher or a community leader or someone that can say, yeah, I can vouch for her. She's got some clue, she's got some aptitude, and we think she's going to stick. But the really key part is that the woman needs to see the internet and its function and operation as her thing. There's something about the internet that's got her. You know, you've all got that bug, come on, admit it. So we're trying to find those women that have got that bug and bring them on and support them a bit. So what do the sponsored places receive? They receive flights and accommodation to attend the Sisters Workshop and the NZNOG Conference. We pay their conference fees to attend NZNOG, and yeah, they attend that Sisters Workshop on the day prior. The Sisters Workshop basically comprises 3 sessions. We do a career planning session, a presentation skills session, because we want to get more of them up here on the platform talking about their projects and talking about the things that they're doing. And the other section, so the first year we ran it, we ran a session on cybersecurity. We polled the women and said, we'll do a technical session, what do you want it on? And they said, oh, let's do cybersecurity. So I gave a pretty lame session on cybersecurity. Next year round we did it, this is our 4th time this year. The next time round I did it on, you know, how the internet works and explained aspects of internet governance and peering and, you know, stuff like that. But then this last year, we got somebody on who talked about some of the realities of the industry that we can't deny, and that is the pay gap and the harassment rates. They're both shit, okay? Let's just not let's not mince words here. There are systemic issues within our industry, and the pipeline is broken for women. So we can't shy away from those things. What we're doing now in this 3rd session in the Sisters Workshop is to do a session on your legal rights. And obviously, if we do it in here in New Zealand, you've got different laws, so we're going to have to adapt that if it comes across over here. Yeah, so how does it all happen? Basically, we collect a bunch of external sponsors, and we've had some great support from APNIC, Aussie Broadband, AWS, Netcraft and Vocus. Vocus has been a gold sponsor. And this year, I think we've got Sony coming on board as well. IAA, obviously, with a big commitment to it, we kick in a good bit of cash, and we also support it through our organisation and so forth. The other 2 key parts of it are the industry recognition. You want to use an industry event that works really well. And NZNOG, this is a great event. I mean, I really enjoy coming here. It's a great blend of community and technology and so forth. So we need an event that is where the industry recognises it well and it's well supported by the industry. And of course, you've got to have high calibre candidates and speakers to deliver the workshop. So we need your network to tap the women in the industry, the up-and-coming ones, the ones even that have been here for a while that need that bit of extra support to get in and stay in and be valued and get that sense of feeling valued. And here's the crowd that we took last year. The sponsors get to, well, depending on which level of sponsorship people sign up for, they can send an additional 2 attendees of their own, and they don't have to be their own staff. They could be customers. So, for example, Netcraft sent a couple of women along from which are their customers. And that was great too, because they made a wonderful contribution to it. So the question is, could this work in New Zealand? And that's really up to you if you want to adopt this model and you want to implement it and run with it. What we'll need for this to, or what you will need for this to work over here is you'll need local champions. You need people that believe in the program, that want to do it, that want to sign up to it. It'll need relevant sponsors. There are costs involved. You need a great NOG event. Hey, I think we've got that covered. And above all, we need applicants for it to happen. So you need to tap those either women who are already in the industry that you think are a bit overlooked, that are a bit underappreciated, or have even got some experience to share with the other women there. We take them however long they've been in the program, in the industry. If they've been in or they're aspiring for a career in the industry, or they've been in the industry for umpteen years. We had one woman one year who'd been in the industry for over 15 years, had never been sent to a conference. Never. I mean, anyway, I'll get off my soapbox. So here's a few images from it, our great presentation skills speaker and our great, the other 2 speakers and my wonderful team who are organising it and some of the women. That's it, thank you. If any questions, thoughts, comments, and tell the committee, not just me. Dumb idea? Stupid idea? There's a question up the back there.
I think it's a great initiative, and as a father of girls, I think it's great to give those sorts of opportunities out there.
Can I just, you just triggered me, I'm sorry. Girls. I mean, the high school young people, they're children.
That's still at high school, yeah.
But okay, we're going to talk about actual children, not...
children, yeah.
Not adults.
They're still at high school, yeah. Females.
Go ahead.
So
yeah.
I don't have boys, I have girls. But that sort of does lead into where I was going to say that my other observation for these, and it's kind of been alluded to already, that this conference its average age tends to increase by about a year every year. And I know Chris is passionate about this. He wanted to do this as part of NZIX, and that is training of young people getting people into the industry. It seems to be that, as Jeff pointed out, a lot of the money's gone into the application stack and not out of the network stack, and I think that's a real problem. Because in 20 years' time, I think that problem will be really bad when we're all hopefully in the retirement homes that our parents are all about to vacate.
Yeah, and then we'll be solving the communications problems in the retirement homes. I mean, the Wi-Fi is shit, let me tell you.
That's right.
Go on.
I guess my question is, outside of New Zealand, in your experiences, are there programs that are like your sister's program, but for young people and doing that as well?
I'm not as across those. So there's a program in WITWA, so that's Women in IT Western Australia. So that's another one that we sponsor as well. They do high school outreach, and they send a bunch of people out into high schools when they set up these great little programs to teach high school kids on how to do things, and that being a geek is okay. I think it is a bigger problem, and our pipeline is broken for all genders. I mean, we've got not enough people coming through. The problem that we're working on here with Sisters is simply to try and help that broken pipeline not be as leaky at the end of the delivery point. It's broken all the way through for everybody. Yeah, we need more, and we need more people in the industry. I don't know what the answer is to that, except other than more maths at school, more tinkering, teaching people that tinkering and playing with taking things apart and putting things back together is okay. It's okay. And we should do more of it. Any other questions, thoughts, comments? Happy to accept sponsors. Otherwise, come peer with us. It's excellent.
Thank you, Narelle. So that wraps up our morning session. We're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. So it gives us an hour and 10 lunch break. So we'll start back in here at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. I hope everybody had good lunch. It was delicious, I thought. Right, so up next we've got Dean and Aaron talking about Rian's and Cassini.
Thank you. Cool. Yeah, I'm a bit of a wanderer, so I'm going to grab a mic and we can work out how that makes it into. Yeah, there we go. Cool. Thank you very much. So, yeah, bite me malware. So, I'm Dean, and this is Aaron. Yeah, I'll let Aaron introduce himself because he's first on the slide.
I'm Aaron. Yeah, I work for Rian's. We do cool stuff too.
Cool. I'm Dean. I work for Cassini, now Bastion, and yeah, it was really interesting sitting listening to Jeff's talk. You know, Jeff and I have a long history of coming to NZNOGs, and it's always a coin flip as to which of us is going to do the internet sucks talk, and then which of us is going to do the I'm doing really cool stuff talk, and I think you can see which way the coin landed today. Next year it's going to be different. I'll find something sucks to talk about, and Jeff can find some good news. So, we did a talk last year, and there was some feedback. And the feedback from last year was that people didn't quite understand, you know, what it was that we did, and could we do a little bit more of that, but not make it too salesy? Sure, no problem. I'll just make sure I get the T-shirt out on the live stream. Yeah, so we're going to be talking about you know, some security, malware, indicators of compromise, and so I thought what I'd do just first up is I'd run through some terms that you might be hearing further on down the talk a tiny bit about them, and then that might give some context, right? So we're going to be talking about indicators of compromise, IOCs for short, and really that's, you know, URLs, domain names, IP addresses that relate to bad stuff on the internet, okay? You know, bad.example.com, you know, jeffswebsite.com.au, all those sorts of things. So anytime you can, you know, point to something and say, that's bad, you know, indicator of compromise. Detection, you know, helping an organization detect whether they've got any activity that's going on that's either going to or coming from an indicator of compromise. Made a little bit harder this morning by Jeff's talk, but, you know. Disruption is actually stopping that activity. So it's one thing to detect it, it's another thing to be able to, in real time, stop it from happening, right? You know, tasking is that sending that stream of IOCs into someone's network so that they can do the detection and disruption. And telemetry is getting a notification back that that detection or disruption occurred. All right? So looking at bad things, there are bad things on the internet. I know that this is going to come as quite a shock, maybe less of a shock to some of you that have been around for a while. Detecting them, disrupting them, and then how we get that list of bad things in and out of places where we can do that detection and disruption. Everyone good? All right. So here are we. Who are we? What do we do?
Yeah, so Rian's is a Crown-owned entity. We provide connectivity to universities, Crown Research Institutes, polytechs, and some ministries in New Zealand. Our primary purpose is to deliver a network for big data research purposes. So we intentionally run the network quite empty so that we can handle, you know, big sort of elephant flows, large amounts of data transfer sort of at short notice. Yeah.
Cool. Cassini, now part of the Bastion Security Group. Yeah, we're a company that, you know, helps organisations to do that detection and disruption of malicious activities. Okay, and we help them do that in real time. So not just telling them that, you know, yesterday some of their network got ransomware, is actually trying to stop that ransomware from landing. We also receive telemetry back from those organisations, and we return that to the feed providers, as well as displaying that on dashboards for people to get situational awareness. And together we've partnered with REANZ to help make their members a bit safer. So here's a diagram that goes through all of that blurb, and this is really the journey that we're going to talk about today. So we've got some feed providers, got some sightings, got some tasking, got some disruption happening over there on the right-hand side. Don't worry, there are some more diagrams coming up.
Yeah, so when we sort of went down this journey, it was due to a challenge from our membership. You know, they've been having it a bit harder. I don't know if you've seen, there was a big pandemic which stopped international students from being able to get into the country. That really, made funding problematic. They've had funding cuts from central government and things like that. They've had it really hard, and they've been trying to do more with less. And so they gave us a challenge and said, look, we're doing it hard, but we need you to do more for us. And so, what can we actually offer in the security space? Now, we weren't about to go out. We're not a security company, we're a relatively small ISP by head count. We've got 8 engineers in the networking team. That is the help desk, the NOC, provisioning, and architecture. We all do it all, basically. So we weren't about to go out and and hire a bunch of security engineers and be a security company. There's a lot of you out there that already do that. And so, we needed to play to our strengths. We wanted to leverage the existing capability, the existing assets in the network. So we didn't want to have to go out and buy millions of dollars of equipment to be able to do more things. One of the really important things was we wanted to aggregate capability for our membership. If we can do one thing once, that is better than our 40-odd members doing it once each. As I said, we wanted to ease burden on the member institutions so that they can focus on what they need to focus on, and that's education and science. And I'll talk a little bit more briefly about this later, but we wanted to help our members be able to meet some compliance requirements. So, in the past, New Zealand's kind of been hit with cybersecurity threats, kind of just as collateral damage coming from the global internet. Nowadays, there is a lot more focus and intentional targeting of Kiwis. And so, in order to combat that, we needed a more New Zealand focus in the security space. I'm actually really happy. So this article came out on Monday, and I was really happy it actually came out before the conference. Otherwise, this would have been a really boring slide. And as I was talking about compliance, so this actually came out in April 2022. We didn't hear about it until a little bit later. But Cabinet directed all government agencies, so that includes obviously ministries and the like, but it also includes universities, Crown Research Institutes, REANZ itself, and similar types of organisations that are owned by government, to actually adopt the phishing disruption service offered by NZ. And so for REANZ to implement this in front of our membership means they all get covered without having to do all the work themselves. Now, I just want to be really clear, this is all about defence in depth. It doesn't replace your existing security strategy. I've heard these are security things. I'm not a security guy. I don't actually know what they are. But I've heard that those are things that you need, and malware-free networks and the phishing disruption service won't actually replace that. And the other point that I wanted to make is, because of the organisation that REANZ is, because of who we are and who we're allowed to deliver services to, we can only protect our users while they're on campus, while they're on site, while they're in the office. And, a lot of people work from home, students work from home, researchers out in the field. A lot of them are connecting via your networks, not ours. And that's actually the reason why I'm here today. It provides improvement or helps my sector, my community, if you guys implement similar strategies as well. So because we don't want to just turn services that block traffic on without testing them first, Rian's, the corporate, decided to dog food this infrastructure first to make sure that we didn't knock ourselves off the internet or have sort of intermittent weird types of issues. So we started off with a really simple thing. We essentially just plugged the Cassini CTI feeds directly into our own internal recursive DNS servers, into that's obviously to block DNS or block DNS indicators, through the firewall to block IP indicators, and through to block URL indicators. And that was pretty easy, and we sort of turned that on and didn't notice any issues. So a couple months down the track, we decided to go beyond that.
Cool. Yeah. The mumbling was in host-based endpoint solution. Cool. So, and this is kind of, well, we kind of came in here, but when Rian's had decided that they'd drunken enough of their own champagne and that this was actually going to work, this is where we came into actually how do we roll this out to their entire membership. So rather than just being Rian's Corp, how do we roll this out to Rian's the network provider? Okay, those are different things. One of them's kind of exciting, the other one's really exciting. So, and so we did that. So a little bit of numbers first up. So the NCSC published some numbers for 2023 a little while ago. These are the numbers for the 2023 calendar year. You can see up there 4.4 million disruptions from malware-free networks across all partners for the 2023 year, 4.4 million. Since we've turned this on for Rian's in June, Rian's alone have done 4.7 million. So yeah, quite a bit of disruption there, and quite a bit of that share. So that is good news. Some more numbers. So yeah, so there's the exact number. Just over 4.7 million pieces of cyber badness disrupted. Most of it being IPv4 indicators. That's not surprising. That's the disruption capability that Rian's went with initially. Remember, in their corp, they were doing the DNS, the IP, and the endpoint. So now this is just the network initially. So most of those disruptions, well, almost all those disruptions are IPv4. Gets a little bit more interesting when you have a look at what the categorization of it is. Quite a bit of remote scanning and exploitation. We'll get into a little bit more on that later. But a non-trivial amount of malware as well. So 370,000 instances of malware. There's some node category. There's a little bit of phishing and remote access. Here's what it looks like in terms of inbound and outbound. So if we look at what we've disrupted in the inbound direction, we can see that there's about 441 sources, going to just over 300,000 Rian's destinations on the inbound, and almost all of that is under that remote scanning and exploitation category, with about 6% inbound malware. If we look at the outbound in terms of categories, it's almost completely the opposite. So a relatively small amount of Rian's member sources. Thank goodness. If all of those 300,000 Rian's member sources were all infected with malware sending it out, that would be a different conversation. But not as many. That's good. And going to a smaller amount of destinations. But we can see in the outbound direction, it's actually 93% malware. So yep, that was interesting. So what did we actually do? Well, we wanted to task these ISCs into the Rian's control plane, so that they could be affected in the data plane. Okay, so we actually task /32s, so /32 ISCs into the Rian's control plane, and those are distributed and they use BGP flow spec to into effect there. And then once that's actually, you know, on that data plane, any traffic to or from those ISCs just stops before it gets anywhere in the network. Time for a diagram.
Yep. Obviously you've got Cassini over here aggregating all of the feeds from CertNZ.
Hold that down.
Okay.
It's pretty freaky, but yeah, there we go.
Nice. CertNZ and the NCSC delivering feeds into the Cassini CTI. Cassini then delivers those indicators through to us. We have them show up and we use GoBGP to generate flow spec rules, which then get disseminated out to all of our internet service VRFs.
Slide 2, yeah.
That one. Yep. Okay, so ends up on all of our VRFs, starts dropping packets. Now, I will say FlowSpec has some limitations. It's a bit of a pain to use. Version 2 might actually just be straight ACLs or maybe even ephemeral config. But FlowSpec did the job for now, but there were just some limitations there. So we push these out to all the routers. Packets start getting dropped. What we actually do is we redirect them into a sync VRF that then collects and logs that data. We gather that all together, maybe aggregate it a little bit so that we don't hit APIs too hard, and then pass it all the way back, not that one, all the way back around to Cassini CTI. That one, yeah. And I will say, even though the majority of the work gets done by pushing your indicators out to the network, actually, if you're trying to implement this thing, what we've found is most of the work is actually generating and passing the telemetry back.
Yeah. Which is where we come in, so yeah. Yeah, so yeah, most of the, you know, getting the telemetry back and putting it into that format where it needs to go into the dashboard so you can get visibility of it, and also back to the feed providers, that's a non-trivial job. So what did we see? So we saw lots of malware disruptions. So we'll go through a little bit of that. We saw that there is, you know, some dual-use infrastructure out there, but that it gets quickly recategorized, which is good. And also interesting, you know, not all scanning is benign, right? So we tend to think about, you know, inbound port scans as just like, yeah, whatever, my net will take care of that. But, you know, the category is called remote scanning and exploitation for a reason. And yeah, not all scanning is just drop it and forget about it. So we saw these 370,000 threats associated with malware. You know, most of that activity, as we saw, is outbound, and that's a little bit more concerning, right? You know, anything categorized as malware coming in that you block, okay, cool, it's interesting. Maybe we want to do some investigation, but pretty much the job is done because you blocked it. You know, it didn't get to where it was trying to go. Malware that's going in the other direction has already got to where it's going to go. Maybe like a student went home, you know, took their laptop home, got some malware, bought it on campus. Now there's a campus problem. You know, so outbound malware is a little bit more interesting. So looking across the malware families that we've been able to disrupt with this capability, we're actually looking at some name brand stuff, right? So not going to go through all of these, and the slides are online, but you're looking at, you know, a whole lot of banking Trojans, a whole lot of, you know, stealing information, that sort of stuff. And when you think about who the RIAN's customer base is, this starts to get, you know, really concerning. So not only are they universities and students, and we don't want, you know, students and youth being messed with, and you know I'm losing banking creds. But it's also research. It's also all of the CRIs. It's, you know, it's some of New Zealand's, you know, best intellectual property is housed behind the RIAN's network, and the more we can do to stop malware getting in, or if malware does get in, being able to stop it and then clean it up, the better. So here's an example of what some of this actually looked like. So this is one indicator. So this is one IP address indicator that is doing some bad stuff. This is a destination you don't want to go to on the internet. All of you know where that neighborhood is in your cities, right? It's there. You don't drive there. You keep your windows up. This is that example, right? And it turns out that in the time frame down here, it was actually tasked twice. So it turned up in the feed twice. Once for that long on that red blob, and then it had a break, and then came back in the feed for this blob. And pretty much immediately, the minute it came in, we saw a hit, and then nothing. But then just over Christmas, and again, get the slides later on, we started seeing a whole lot of this stuff. A little bit of it incoming, that's what the yellow is, but most of it red and outgoing. And then when that indicator expired, it stopped, but then came back, and it was remarkably regular. So remember, these network packets are all being disrupted, so they're not actually getting to the destination. But when you see stuff like this, right, there's clearly something going on here. And it's not just one IP address. There's a whole lot of addresses within the same 24 that are all doing this at the same time each day for that amount of time. So yeah, blocking this stuff and blocking those malware families is really important. One of the questions we tend to get is like, okay, well, what was that? Is that actually malware, right? Is it malware, or is it just someone trying to hit, trying to ping something that happens to be on that IP address? And we do see a little bit of dual-use infrastructure. So malicious actors will use whatever they can use. They'll use a botnet and they'll use it for different things. Some of the times they use it for scanning, some of the times they use it for exploitation. But the feed providers are getting really good at being able to see what sort of disruptions are happening through that telemetry and adapt those indicators of compromise when that changes. So there was a good example where there was a whole lot of malware activity, but through the telemetry going back, it actually appeared more like remote scanning and exploitation, and the feed providers were actually able to change that classification. So the green is malware activity that we saw, a relatively high amount of it, and then it drops off while the indicators get changed, and then these are all scanning hits here. So trying to give people protecting networks as much information as possible about what they're actually disrupting. No one wants to get all freaked out about it being malware if it's something else. So, and the last bit was this point about it's just scanning. It's just inbound scanning. That's fine. You'll be fine. Block it. And very often it is scanning. But the category that NCSC publishes in malware-free networks is actually remote scanning and exploitation, because malicious actors are getting quite good now at not just doing Shodan-esque, show me what your ports are and what they're open. They kind of already know that there's an exploit, right? So rather than just scanning for it, why don't they just exploit it? Why give you the advance notice that there's something coming? And this is where I'm operating from. Why don't they just drop everything right now? Okay? And so, seeing some more of that. And here's an example. So here was a really, really high frequency attack where there was 47 indicators, so 47 IP addresses, all spewing in these inbound malware packets all at once for about 4 or 5 days, and then they just stopped. And then we had another indicator here doing some different stuff. So you can see here that these are very different type of behaviours, right? One of them is just like fire it in as fast as you can, and the other one is doing some sort of random ramp up. But it's interesting having a look at what these different things were. They were both indicators that were categorised as remote scanning and exploitation. They all got blocked, but what exactly were they? And that first one, the one where there's like 47 IP addresses all firing it in, well, the ports that those are going to are, 8080 and 37215, right? Now I know that ports mean nothing, Jeff. You're right, but these ones happen to be, a little bit specific. And then the second one was all just like, do you have Telnet open? Okay, well, if you got Telnet open, that's a problem, but yeah. But the first one was actually, if we go and have a look at something like grey noise, and we say, all right, well, for those IP addresses, what are they known to exploit? Let me blow that up for you, right? So they're actually exploiting these specific CVEs. So they're not scanning for anything. The minute they hit you, they're actually doing the exploit. Now, the advantage of working where I work, Bastion, is like I can go to the pen testers and give them random CVE numbers, and they'll actually tell me how bad this is, right? And that top one there is pretty bad. That's a no authentication required remote code execution on a router. Okay, so if that packet lands, then someone can be executing commands on that device. So yeah, not all inbound remote scanning is just what ports do you have open. Some of it is can I own your CPU today? This is from that other one, and this is just port 23. So way more likely just to be a do you have Telnet open? You're gonna go through some of the lessons learned.
Yep, sorry, I'm just trying to learn my lessons actually. I didn't run this project. So one of the things that we found was we initially rolled out our infrastructure and it all worked pretty well. And then suddenly we got hit by, tens of thousands of packets a second that were being disrupted. And the mechanism that we have for generating telemetry kind of got a little bit behind. And so I guess just being aware that you might actually, even though if you're hitting 1 or 2 a second as standard, you might need to scale up to thousands or hundreds of thousands a second at any point in time.
Nice. Yeah, and I mean, having everything designed, scalable from the start, right? Like you're never quite sure how high that peak's going to go. So you'd better be able to handle all that sort of stuff. Some more lessons, handling a mixture of customers. So some customers are going to provide consent for that telemetry to go back containing the 5-tuple. Some of them don't. So making sure that you can cater for both of those, and that telemetry generation is again handled in real time, because you want to handle every single event. You don't want to get behind, because then you're behind. And the more you're behind, the more it keeps coming. And yeah, you need to make sure all these things are happening at whatever Rianne's high-speed network line rate is. Ensure you have a communications channel open with your customers, because when you disrupt certain types of malware, they're going to want to know, because they're going to need to go and clean this up from where it is. So making sure that your members know that you're turning this on, but also that you've got a plausible way of contacting them and going, here's what we blocked, no problems, you're welcome, but this is the start of your bad day, not the end of your bad day. And do you want some help with that? Some networks are swamps. So some organizations just have networks that they know are swamps. Public access networks, public Wi-Fi networks, student dormitories, those sorts of things, right? It's a business decision for those orgs whether they want to try and keep those as malware free as possible. But those are kind of questions that you want to go through and think about when you start disrupting this malware and you start telling customers that there's a lot of malware on their networks, do they have a plan? Do they need help? Where are they going to go for that help? 48 seconds left. We can do it. What next? DNS disruption. Yes, I know. Jeff's talk. DNS is dead. Cool. It will die. Not dead yet. How do we? Yes, Sorians and Bastion are now going to be looking at rolling out DNS disruption alongside this. So we're disrupting the IP indicators. Now we're going to be looking at disrupting the DNS indicators where the members want us to be doing that. And looking at, members have different ways in and out of their networks. How can we help them to actually do the same sort of network level disruption on their non-REANS links? And the mumble from before, sometimes the endpoint is the only place that you can see the indicator. URLs, for instance, right? You can really only see them, and sometimes never, on the endpoint. So looking at helping members to get these indicators into their endpoint solutions and disrupting that before it even becomes traffic. Questions? If you grab that one as well, we can just use the lecture.
Fascinating talk there, Dean. It's often said that cops are experts in catching dumb crims. And the smart crims always get away with it because the cops are now really expert at dumb crims.
Yep.
And part of the issue here in terms of looking for the overt fingerprints of poor malware, if I was designing good malware, I certainly wouldn't use the DNS, the open DNS, because that's kind of dumb. There's a whole bunch of things you're looking for here as signatures of malware, which is actually dumb malware. What should we be more concerned about? Dumb malware or really clever malware? Because the really clever stuff is, I think, more insidious than this.
Good point, and we should clearly be we should clearly be concerned about all malware, but we should at least be doing this, because otherwise we're only looking at the really, really smart crims, but someone's still going to come into your back door and steal your big screen TV, right? Because dumb crims are still crims, and dumb crims still cause harm, and so does this malware. So we should at least be doing this while we wait for some organised crime group to give you enough money to write a whole lot of it and quick. And that day's coming, and we'll pivot when that day comes. And that'll be another great talk. Watch out for that one. But yeah, we should at least be stopping the dumb crims.
Yeah, great talk. Thanks, guys. Sean at Veta, look, this all sounds really, really good. My constant concern and problem with especially like the malware side of things, and when you're inserting BGP routes to just kill a source address, right, is the moment that malware lands on a CDN provider before it's been taken down, you impact what else is on that CDN provider. So I'm kind of curious to see how often you're seeing that, how you're dealing with that, how you're tracking those sort of kind of, maybe not false positives, but the wider impacts of it being on those IPs.
Yeah, great question. So answer that in a couple of ways. You're right, and that's where that dual infrastructure thing comes in. So part of it is saying that we know that the feed providers are doing a really good job of making sure that when they task indicators that they're relevant right then, right? These indicators have a really short time to live, on the order of days, right? And so when you saw some of those things and the indicator would stop, right, that's because the indicator's expired, right? So not only do the indicators have a really short time to live, the feed providers do a really good job of pre-qualifying them. Plus, based on the telemetry that comes back, it would be obvious quite quickly if you were catching collateral damage, even when you go past all the checks. If it does get wrong, the telemetry is going to quite quickly tell you, and then those indicators can be revoked and pulled out really quickly in an automated fashion. We do track how many indicators get revoked. It's a relatively small amount. Yep.
And I'll just quickly say, before we deploy the indicators out via FlowSpec, is we do a little bit of checks ourselves, not manually, but we check it against our own members' address space to make sure we're not going to drop our own members off the network. We check against IXs that we're connected to make sure that we're not going to lose peers or lose ourselves, and all of those sorts of things. So we make sure that these indicators, we'll log it and we'll look into it if it ever happens, but we make sure that we can't drop ourselves off the internet before we realise.
Yeah, the other thing that we've I talked through with people in the past is, if you're an organisation and you couldn't get to Google for a number of minutes, or your website was off the air for a number of minutes, that's bad, right? Let's all agree that is a bad thing. If you get ransomware lands in your organisation, the mean time to recovery is 14 days. All right, so that is even worse. So, sometimes doing some of the stuff and taking a small risk is better than a large impact. So, yep. Any other questions?
Question is regarding the method that you guys use to identify the malware. It seems like you guys are doing it based on signatures. Is there any machine learning on intelligence?
Yeah, so all of the IOCs that we get come from the feed providers. So they come from the NCSC's malware-free networks or NZ's phishing disruption feed, and how they come up with that is an NZNOG talk for them.
It'd be interesting to learn more about that.
Yeah, yep. Sweet as. Napier next year.
It's us, I think.
Cool. Thank you very much.
One more.
Oh.
Do you have any problems with these feeds being weaponised in themselves, so that you simulate an attack on something, so that it enters the feed and then basically takes that something off, which was actually legitimate all the time?
We haven't seen that. I'm not sitting on a whole lot of, yeah, that happened. It hasn't happened in such a way that the person having it weaponized at them went, oh my God, no. So we don't see it.
Yeah, like I say, it could happen to other people, but we take steps to make sure that it can't happen to us inside of our own network.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, thanks. So this is Andy Proud to talk about digital safety.
Alrighty, thank you very much. Got the laptop just in case. Looks like that button there goes forwards. Sweet as. Okay, so go. So this is my first NZNOG, so thanks for having me. I'm a cybersecurity. Was that it? Well, it's only downhill from here, so actually that's shit. So look, cybersecurity guy. This is actually really awesome. So I started my career as a C++ software dev, writing code for Ericsson's and NEC on the phone exchanges. Then worked for T-Mobile and Vodafone on intelligent networks. And if anyone's ever touched ICMS from IBM, I was redeveloping that sweet little bit of software. So this is dear to my heart. I then got into cybersecurity. So if anyone's heard of Aura InfoSec, that was me. I started that in 2005, sold that to Quarter in 2015. Then started up Redshield, which is now a global web defense company. So that was one of my babies too. I retired 2 years ago and then unretired 1 year ago. So I'm also on the board of NZ Tech, right? So if anyone's interested in this, so we represent over 1,000 tech organisations in NZ across biotech, transport, yada yada. I actually chair the Digital Safety Board. This is where we're trying to get an equitable, sustainable, prosperous and safer Aotearoa through technology. So I'll tell you more about what I mean about that, right? So digital safety, we're trying to move the conversation away from is this system secure, things like, pen testing, bug bounties, patching, through to actually, is this product actually safe? That's what it should be in today's modern world, right? So what do I mean by that? Well, cybersecurity, by definition, go Google, right? So cybersecurity is the protection of computers and networks. Cool. But as we all know, in this industry, more human interactivity happens in the digital layer than the human layer. That happened a decade ago. So actually, digital safety, well, it really started out that we were worried about safety and privacy, but Forbes is quite right. You're right, Jeff, we gave that away for free. But it doesn't matter, it's still about the safety of data. So we still talk about data breaches, PII, PHI, for your health data. Then we actually said, oh, no, we're actually more worried about harm, online harm. This is what Brent and the team at NetSafe are doing every day, looking at your digital harm, bullying, sextortion. And the next frontier is actual, just real-world harm. In other words, planes, trains, automobiles, medtech, agri-tech, drone tech, critical national infrastructure manufacturing, IoT, smart everything. So that's the world of digital safety. It's actually cybersecurity for things that might actually hurt or kill you. So we haven't solved cybersecurity. If you hadn't noticed, right? This is the market opportunity. It keeps getting bigger and bigger, and we spend more on all this cyber stuff. And you'd think if we spent more, wouldn't the problem start to go down? But it's weird that the problem graphs grow like the spend graphs. So it seems weird, the more we spend trying to fix the problem, the bigger it gets. Suggest maybe if we halved our spend, would we have half the problem? In fact, if we spent nothing, it might be cheaper to get hacked for nothing. If the graph's just going to go up, how about we just spend nothing? It's a far better ROI, right? You can get hacked for free. So I would suggest that where cybersecurity is broken, and this has been my industry for 20 years, so oops. So let's look at the World Economic Forum, and they got these crazy, like, spider graph things about all the hot words of what cybersecurity means. And the World Economic Forum last year was saying it's all about protecting assets, its economies, its business data, global trade, transactional trust, nothing about these internet to people's safety, right? And anyone from the NCSC here? Steve, hi. Hi. So again, the cybersecurity strategy, how many times does it talk about protecting computers and network and data? And how many times does it talk about actually keeping people safe in a modern digital world? And so that's just it, right? So we need to be... Excellent, thank you. Someone was listening, thank you very much. So like, and it just saying, and it's not, doesn't matter whose strategy you look at, we've all been trying to secure the computers. And there's this lovely phrase, there's nothing perhaps worse than reaching the top of the ladder and discovering you're on the wrong wall. Maybe as an industry, we should stop trying to protect these computers and networks, and we should start to protect the people using services delivered by those computers and networks. It's a pretty simple leap of faith, right? This is digital safety. Now, cyberkinetic, this has been around for, oopsie, doesn't matter. That was actually the Colonial Pipeline disaster, but it was just an example of cyberkinetic. It's basically where a cyber attack breaks the kinetic physical world, right? So for that as a phrase, if you've never read this book, This Is How They Tell Me the World Ends, great book. It's very human readable by Nicole Perroth, and it's all about the 0-day market. So if anyone's interested in 0 days and how they work and the global market for it and how to make some money from 0 days, great book. But it just sets the scene that pretty much most things are busted and the economics behind fixing them. So I want to talk about the insane, out of control AI revolution, and it really is out of control, right? So, 18 months ago, there was a bit of a thing called AI, and now it's just bonkers. So some of the work I do in digital safety, looking at the security of physical things, planes, trains, automobiles. So Stonkum, I've got no affiliation to them. They're out of China. They could be awesome. They could be awful. I use them as an example only off the internet. That's it. But it's interesting, when you go Googling for cameras, smart cameras, that I would put at the front of a train or a bus or a car or some piece of agricultural machinery, it's getting really hard not to find one with AI. Because all the marketing teams have gone, well, shit, we can't sell a camera with that AI. Who's going to buy that? So they all need AI. Okay, cool. So let's just look at one single camera on the front of a train. Well, funnily enough, it can do driver monitoring, so you can actually get cameras that look at you and are you who you say you are? Are you on shift right now? Are you paying attention? Are you on your phone? So the camera's looking at the drivers, and then the cameras are looking out. What's on the road? Are the lights red, green? Tesla with their FSD, full self-drive, this is what's going on all the time. And what's interesting, a modern camera is in fact a Linux stack. So that's theoretically 27, 28 million lines of code before it's even turned on. And what's it doing? It's sending a live feed, so a lot of these systems aren't actually doing image recognition on the camera. A lot of them are streaming them away to an AI model somewhere else in the cloud. And so in essence, there is a third-party AI model receiving images at 1 to 20 frames a second, whatever it might be, and the AI model's going, yep, lights are red, lights are green, barriers down, kids on the track, sends it back to the camera. Camera says through the ADAS, which is the Advanced Light Driver Assistance System, it says to some system on the bar, the camera can't brake. The camera has to shout to things on the network that says, apply brakes, please. So a simple camera these days is a lot of code. And funnily enough, it's internet connected. And one thing I have found as a developer for the last 20 odd years, it's not as though we've suddenly found a way to write secure code. In fact, if you look at most people coming out of uni these days, mention NFR, non-functional requirements, and they'll be like, what's that? And it's like, well, non-functional requirements is like, how fast must your code run? How big must it be? Error conditions, these sorts of things. Or with most devs, it's just like cloud SaaS spaghetti. It's like, well, hang on, I needed a mapping feature. Found one, didn't know how to write it, so I went to Copilot. How do I actually write that? In fact, something out of, what was I reading? Out of GitHub. Over 60% of the code checked into GitHub in the last 3 months is non-human developed. 60%. So 60% of the code going into GitHub was AI developed in the first place. Big question. Who checked the last billion lines of code written by the AI? Tricky. Anyway, and what's the AI learning from? All the code in GitHub. Shit. So anyway, so the fact is we've got those systems, and so I can tell you now there are a lot of hardware, physical things that will break if they lose their connectivity. Because no one said to these young developer AIs, by the way, how long can you operate without connectivity? And if I blind the camera, how long are you good for? And like, what do you mean blind? It's the internet, it's always up, right? So I look at some examples of cool products that are coming out in our space, right? This crowd, people might know them down in Christchurch, Piper Vision, awesome company, love them. They've got a fog clearing drone. They've got this beautiful sort of biological clean powder. You can put it in your water, drink it, but when you fly it through fog or spray it in fog, it actually condenses the fog and the fog drops. And then with that fog vacuum or the fog around it fills the gap, and suddenly the runway is clear to fly. That's awesome technology built here in New Zealand. Does happen to be it's a drone, but it's like nearly 3 meters wide. It's quite a big drone, because it has to be, because it's got a big canister of powder. And when you sit down with the CIA and say, what are the cyber security rules for UAVs inside aerodromes? It's like, well, they're not allowed, right? Tricky. So tech is getting everywhere. Melbourne, Suburban Rail Loop, looking at a multi-decade project of intelligent trains. That's awesome, because then the drivers get sick with COVID, doesn't matter. So we're actually far more efficient. I liked this one. People may have read the AI chatbot debacle with Air Canada. Absolutely gorgeous. For those that don't, there was a punter, he had a bereavement and went to the chatbot and said, hey, I need to book a flight. What's the bereavement policy? And the chatbot was like, do not worry, you can get a refund within 90 days for a bereavement. He's like, sweet as. Books the flight, then goes to do the bereavement, and they're like, it's not our policy. What do you mean it's not policy? Check the website, and there's a PDF that actually says what the policy, and you're not allowed to get a bereavement refund in that way. But he said, but that's not what your chatbot said. And they were like, yeah, we don't trust the chatbot, right? Duh. And actually, they went to court for 3 months, and literally, Air Canada said, never trust the chatbot, right? And the judge said, get out of it. Like, if it's on your website, how is a punter supposed to know that the PDF is more correct than the chatbot? Screw it, it's your tech. The chatbot stands. Okay. But they said, but it's a separate legal entity. It's responsible for its own actions. Judge was like, bullshit. And what I thought was really fascinating is that they've got jets run by, or developed by Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce are using AI and IoT together to build smarter jet engines. Well, hang on. So shit, does that mean if the engine crashes, that it was a separate entity that we shouldn't have trusted? So there's a lot of crazy stuff going on out there. So we then actually look, so I'm a fan of like the liability route. So air crash investigation. So what happens if the plane goes down? Step one, airlines are found liable. And then straight away, it's like, no, let's get the manufacturer of the plane. They're also on the can here. And it actually goes all the way through the components down to the design, errors in manufacturing, failure to warn about potential dangers. So we've actually got quite mature in something as physical and mechanical down to when were the blades on that turbine made? Who did the quality assurance? So, we've got some pretty good details. But then you look at what's happening in the software space out of the US. So the Office of the National Cyber Director convenes professors to think, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, so the ONCD aims to incentivize secure coding using their software liability proposal. So the idea is that they want to have various safeguards, but the rough rule is we need to be responsible and have liability around software. So take a modern vehicle, your basic modern EV car, we no longer press a brake pedal to pull a wire that compresses a cylinder full of brake fluid to squeeze the brakes. That's old school, right? Now it's a sensor. It's all sensor based. And so you press a pedal and the sensor tells the computer that you just press the brakes, go do something. So away it goes. So, much of it is drive-by-wire. What's actually fascinating, we're working with a company in the US to get around some of the self-drive rules. They do remote control cars. They will in fact reverse engineer fleets of cars so that they can sit there with screens and remote control cars by pimping out the pedals and the steering wheel, and then some cars won't work if you don't have someone sitting, so they pimped the sensor that says someone's sitting there. And then, but what about the seatbelt? That's all right, they swapped to that. So they literally swap the sensors in a car so that they can remote control it, and the car actually doesn't know. It thinks it's still being driven. So this is what's happening in the wonderful world of tech, with our interconnected world. I then love what's coming out of the EU. So in the EU, this is the AI, so the EU AI Act is starting to have the rules about how we do and don't use AI. Let's get some rules around it. And the EU AI Liability Directive, so it's that word again, liability. So they want to make anyone that is a developer, provider, user of AI liable for the damages it does. And it kind of makes sense, right? If I'm in a vehicle, if there's a mechanical warranty that says that the brakes failed because I didn't make them properly, well, the car's going to get recalled and I've got some recompense because it was a poor manufacturing. Unless if it was software, and we know how software licensing works, you get in, blah, 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 accept. That's it. In fact, you indemnify me for damages from you using my software. So software liability is at the other end of the scale from mechanical and engineering warranties. But if I've just got a thing, why should I care which bit broke? Why does hardware and software make a difference? But it does. It makes a massive difference. So I was at a thing a couple of weeks ago set by the OECD, and it's actually consumer vulnerability in a digital age. It's the world waking up to this problem, which is, in fact, when I get in a car, how do I know it's safe? There's glass safety standards, there's electrical safety standards, there's no digital safety standard. Is this car hackable? How would I know? Is my front garage door or is my train hackable? How would I know? And so what's interesting, it gets us into the space of who pays. So this is an interesting one. And I'll bring all these threads together in a minute for NOG, so don't worry about that. So you look at who pays. Well, there's a couple of questions here. So let's look at $1 million of crime. So the cyber criminals have just made $1 million. Where did the money actually come from? As a rule of thumb, it's the victims. It's the people at the bottom that actually had their bank account scammed. They paid the money to the wrong person. They followed the SMS that their package had just arrived. So usually victim pays. What's interesting is we do have a giant insurance industry. Last year, globally, the cyber insurance industry hemorrhaged at a 4-to-1. So for every dollar they made in premiums, they paid for in claims. Not a great insurance industry. So you'll find it really, really hard to get cyber insurance these days. But the reality is cyber insurance is still a digital cover for digital damage. So you get breached. The cyber insurance is to cover the breach damage, repairing the data, maybe paying a ransom. What's interesting is that it doesn't, as a rule of thumb, cyber insurance doesn't cover bodily injury and property damage, okay, because that's a physical thing. But the thing is, what if the hack broke something physical? Where does that insurance come from? Often it's product liability or general liability, which strangely enough has cyber exclusions. So the insurance industry's woken up to go, you know what, these things don't work, right? So who pays? This is tricky. I actually go, after the NZITF version of this talk, somebody went and Googled and actually had a look at their own car insurance policy. This was an insurance policy from someone in New Zealand. And they're looking through the PDF of their coverage. We do not cover anything caused by or connected to the availability and the blah, blah, blah of software and data. So as a rule of thumb, you go, wow, so modern EV or Tesla, how does that work? If the insurance doesn't cover damage caused by computers and computer failure, whether it was bad code or a hack. So we're in this space where there are more interconnected devices coming out than ever before. We actually don't have any standards around how we do the software. There's some, right? So don't get me wrong, there's some. So if you're in the power and grid, then sure, there's IEC 62443 for cybersecurity controls for power grids. That's beautiful. What that actually includes, though, is things like unhackable controls. So things like cages and big locks. That's beautiful. They're unhackable because they're physical. Doesn't really work for my autonomous vehicle. How can I put it in a cage? It's supposed to be on the internet. And so if you look at what's coming out, the idea of it's not just the autonomous vehicles and cars, but the drone tech is insane. So every power company we chat to, there's drones running down and checking the lines. There's a crowd in Australia that's talking about flamethrower drones because they need to clear the vegetation down the power lines. This thing shoots 7 meters of flames. That's cool. And so to me, this is fun cybersecurity. You're like, let's not hack banks. Boring. I want to hack flame drones. Yeah. And so it's just more fun, right? So this is what's coming out. And what's interesting is that the concept of zero trust in that space, well, how does that work? I can't trust any other device that's out there. Look even, you look at the military applications. So you look at Ukraine and so modern drone warfare. So what's interesting is you actually wind back a few, you've got, just to say something as simple as Russia and US, I've got an F-22 and a MiG. They're actually quite distinguishable, groovy. Modern warfare, where 1,000 drones go up, every single one of them looks the same. It's running the same firmware and it came from exactly the same places, even the same color. And you're like, well, shit, how do I know which one's good, which one's bad? So actually we're starting to get into a space where connectivity, authentication, authorization, trust, these are fundamentals of just stuff working, and we're just at the tip of the iceberg. So unlike Jeff Doom and Gloom, that was like, it's all busted, broken, and the big guys ran off with all the money and we're screwed. I suggest there is a brand new world of opportunity ahead of us, and it's trying to keep people safe, right? So IoT, Internet of Things, I actually challenge it's the Internet of OT. So we've got ICS OT, Industrial Control Systems, and OT. Traditionally, OT, operational technology, has been left for big manufacturing systems in closed garages or closed warehouses. I'm suggesting that the new world of IoT is in fact internet-connected OT. In other words, in your car, in your drone, in your cherry picker, as in not just the thing that you go up and down, but actually it's picking cherries, or it's picking grapefruit, or it's picking grapes, sorry. So agri-tech is going bonkers in this space. Again, drone tech, trains, medtech. New phrase I picked up in medtech recently, SOUP. I don't know if anyone's heard of SOUP, software of unknown provenance. It was gorgeous. Basically the mindset says, for my medical device, that's where it's used mainly, but it's how the tech have picked it up. My code, I've got that, I wrote it, it's in GitHub, I can get hold of it, that's beautiful. And then I've got open source, we know where that came from. I've got vendor code, SOUP, software of unknown provenance, don't know where it came from. And to me, the analogy is, I've got my plane flying through the sky and I lift up the hatch and I've got all the wires from that vendor exist. I need 3 wires from this particular vendor, but they make 1,000. And so we've got all 1,000 of them stuck in there. And you look at it and you go, shit, why have I got 1,000 wires? Because we need some of them. Oh my God, which ones? Yeah. And so the fact is we needed 3. We could have just put in 3. We could have just looked after 3, but we didn't. We stuck them all in. And this is actually the world of software bloat we live in. Like for my camera, I probably need a tiny microscopic bit of Linux for this camera to work, but I install the whole thing. So my attack surface is all of it. Awesome. And this is just the world we live in. So the Internet of OT, don't think IoT, it's a smart fridge and a toaster, like still that could be bad, your food goes off or maybe your house burns down. But actually think about a sky full of smart devices that are doing surveillance and delivery and passenger drone transport, and they're all communicating and all their batteries run out in about the next 22 minutes. So how long could they survive an internet or GPS signal outage before the batteries start dropping people? And so what's interesting, I would say right now, there are companies out there innovating who treat the internet as a piece of critical infrastructure. And to these young startup companies, the idea it may not be there is a bit crazy. And if I plug into it, of course, so we're in the opposite of zero trust. We're in a mass trust, right? So anyway, so the opportunities as I see them, right? Industries are going to have to start to certify things. They don't yet, but they're going to have to. It's logical. I can't get insurance until my device, my truck, my fleet actually is certified at some kind of digital safety standard. Now it's okay because we don't have one. There's no one to set what the standard would be, and there's no one to accredit to it. But if you wind forwards to something as simple as electricity, where the Electrical Workers Review Board, you have to be a certified electrician to do the work, and residential versus industrial versus working on the grid, I need different levels, and if I do some work, I need to use certified components. I can't just randomly put some bits of copper together. It's actually certified wire and cabling that I put together as a certified electrician, and I'm actually liable for that job, and if somebody gets electrocuted, I'm in the crap. Now, at what point do we end up with certified software engineers? Well, it depends. Are you writing an Excel spreadsheet, or are you actually writing the runway approach guidance system, or the real-time traffic processing around Auckland or Wellington, or a fleet of 2,000 delivery drones that fly off the back of a train and deliver packages. So all of these things are now a safety concern, and we could take what we've done in other industries, wait for all the harm and the damage and the people to die. That's what we did with car safety. So unfortunately, if you look at deaths on the road against the mandating of seatbelts, where they both go up like that, like some of the graphs I showed at the beginning. So we are at some point going to need to certify my product as fit for purpose, fit for medtech. So how is it going to connect? And right now, it would just connect to the big melange of the internet. But I would actually suggest we're going to need a new quality of service, not just how long is this packet going to survive when it's bouncing around the internet, but as in a network for real-time traffic processing. That, do I have to in fact be licensed as a traffic operator to join? Don't know, maybe, but it's going to have properties like speed and resilience and track and trace. Even look at something as trivial as a digital black box. 100 cars suddenly crashed because of a software fault. We now have to work out which bit of software broke because we've got some software liability. How the hell would I know if we don't have things like consistent logging? You know what I mean? And so in other words, the network backbone is going to be critical to this. And I'd actually suggest it's not. We don't have the features. And so this is actually where I'm kind of opening this up for more of thought discussion, in fact. So what is it we might be needing? So Jeff says privacy's dead, we don't need it. I say digital safety's coming, and we do. Now, if you're interested, before I open up to questions, 29 July, through NZ Tech and NetSafe, we're actually having a Wellington dialogues on digital safety. And open to all, come and join the conversation. It's going to be around safety of products, safety of services, safety of networks and connectivity. Should we worry about it? If a car crashed, who's liable? Is it the developer of the car? Is it going to be well, it can't be you because you weren't driving, or is it you because you decided to click the button that says I'm liable for my car crashing? So there's so many questions we've still got to answer. And I guess my point is, to me, a secure and safe network, is it part of the fabric? Are we going to have different tiers of certified network for medtech or real-time traffic? Maybe, maybe not. Could we? Don't know. Open to questions. Come on.
Anybody? I see none.
Must be one. There we go. Yes. Thank you very much.
I guess it's partly a question and maybe a statement. Back in the KiwiCon days, which I remember being there, there was a proof of attack where a laser printer was set to get its drum red hot and paper rolled into it, and it set itself on fire. And that was intentional. A lot of this we're talking about is, I guess, bad code.
Correct.
But it seems weird that that was probably one of the first published cases of problems like that, insulin pumps, all these things.
That's right.
This has been a problem for 20 years now.
That's right. I know.
So why hasn't something been done about it?
That's an excellent question. Excellent question. And so look, from my perspective, it's still the software liability. So that's one of the biggest things, right? So in other words, if you actually became liable for damages caused by the products you sell, which is interesting if you take the legal perspective. So when I chat to lawyers, take the New Zealand Workplace Safety Act 2015. So the board is legally liable for the safety of workers. So I asked them the question, I said, well, what if my smart autonomous plant got hacked and my workers got hurt? Well, according to the Workplace Safety Act, it's not if you get hurt by something mechanical, it's just if you get hurt. So if it was a software cause and it was deemed that your system was vulnerable, you hadn't patched it, you hadn't locked it down, whatever it might be, then theoretically the board is legally liable for the health and safety and the damage to those staff. But it's not a conversation we have at the board level these days. It seems cybersecurity gets treated as a technical issue, that technical people are going to do technical things to go and fix the tech. That's it. So I think that's part of the problem, is that we still don't have a strong software liability regime. I think quality, so you're right, I talked about software quality versus hacking things. And for all of us in the cybersecurity space, at the end of the day, if it was solid software that had been built resiliently, robustly, that had good authentication, logging, error checking, all the things we try and break, then in fact it's a infinitely more robust app. It's been engineered to, you know, because we often talk about these days, hackers are a force of nature. It's like I could build a cheaper house if I didn't have to worry about rain and wind or earthquakes, but I do. And so I have to engineer a house that will withstand all of those things, or I get leaky buildings. So it's that kind of mindset that says, look, until we sort the global justice system so that bad guys on the other side of the planet or girls can get taken out, we have to build robust systems. So to me, robust, resilient, quality systems, but it's engineered. We seem to have lost software engineering as an art. It's now software random. Sorry, 2 questions down here.
Yeah, cheers. Really interesting point you bring up about the directors being liable for harm.
Yep.
Right. You've read the legislation more recently than I have, but like, how does it define harm? Like, if someone if someone's private data, health data, is breached, makes it out there, mental harm, like, do we look at that, or is it like, does my knee have to get scraped?
I would agree with you that harm can be, if I lose all my money, that's harmful. And if I get, so there have been research studies done on kids today committing suicide where they put their physical self as less important than their digital self. So the digital me got hacked, I will kill the physical one, because that's kind of where they are. So I agree, cyber crime can cause mental and physical harm. Unfortunately, I would say if you look at the Workplace Safety Act, or if you look at directors' liability for product safety and public safety, then the line is really on harm. So my theory is, let's start with things that actually hurt or kill, because then we can like reverse engineer what we've done in that space backwards. But if you draw the line that says, no, someone got hurt. So this piece of machinery went wild. There was a network DDoS. We hacked with a GPS signal. We hacked the firmware. It was a, Log4j, whatever it might be, right? But this thing didn't stop and it chewed up 3 people. And so now the question is, they literally got harmed and killed. In the same way, it could be a logging truck rolled. And so I think, so that's where the harm for me comes in, and then we come backwards from there.
End-user license agreements.
Yeah, I love those, eh?
Designed to protect software writers from...
Of course.
What's your take on it?
So to me, that's just it. They've been designed to protect the tech industry. It's kind of like Jeff's point, which is they don't care about my privacy. They all care about keeping my information private from the others. Same as the EULA, it's to protect the software vendors. What I would say, but this is where it's tricky, is like suddenly I'm writing some open source code that does some high-end mapping. Now, I don't know what you're going to do with my code. How can I be liable for my code being vulnerable when it was just open source? You grabbed it. So as soon as you get down the in answer to EULA, there should be license agreements that say, hey, when you get in this car, we're liable for all the damages caused by poor practices, whether they are software development or patching or securing or manufacturing of the brake pads. Either way, right? And so from that perspective, the whole supply chain. So theoretically, I will now only buy components that have been pre-certified for use in cars. And then I go down my supply chain. Hey, will you give me a warranty? Do you actually warrant your software against, security flaws and damages? Which the answer is no, right? And so that's just it. We need to go down the stack, but we need to be cognizant of, I could write open source code, but maybe I get it certified for medtech. That's just it. It's not fit for purpose these days. So I think EULAs are just that. It's not protecting the consumer. And so the tech industry is very happy to make a lot of money from new age tech. And so that's cool, but you need to be worrying about the damages you cause by doing it.
I think we might have to move on because we're running behind time now, I think.
All right.
If that's okay, but it sounds like there'll be some good debate at dinner.
Alrighty, thank you very much.
Yep. So next up we've got Dave from APNIC talking about DDoS in Oceania and the Pacific. All right, I'm going to continue the APNIC doom and gloom theme that Jeff has started with. So, who am I? I'm Dave Phelan. Was a network engineer for a long time. Now I'm a trainer at APNIC. I've got a couple of kids, a couple of furry kids, and I am partial to the odd cat meme. So what are we going to talk about? So, DDoS. What is it? We'll look globally what's happening, what do we need to fix, and how do we stop as operators being part of that problem? I will try and get us back on time, so I'll move quickly.
In general, denial of service is an attack against something, whether it be a computer system or a network, to stop people accessing or having access to or from that system. A DOS is one-to-one, and DDoS is distributed to many, right? Not teaching you how to suck eggs. Where does everything live? Well, if we start down the bottom, we've got Wi-Fi, deauth, jamming, all that sort of stuff in our first two layers. Move up into layer 3, well, we can start playing with IP, we can do ICMP flooding. And then once we sort of start getting up in layers 4 to 7, things start getting a bit more interesting. So simple DOS, one attacker, one victim, go and send a bucket load of traffic and overwhelm that victim. Straightforward. Simple DDoS, I have a botnet, yay. And I go and tell my botnet to go and attack things. So I will go and send a bucket load of traffic to a particular victim, and hopefully my victim's machine catches on fire and their stuff goes offline. If I want to get a bit more advanced, I can go and start doing amplification and reflection. So I go and tell my botnet to go and do things. I will say, hey, go and send this really big DNS record to my victim. But I will request it multiple times from multiple sources back to that one victim. What happens? They go offline because I'm sourcing with their address. It's UDP, it's stateless. We don't care where it's coming from. We're not checking that. So eventually, everybody goes down and life is bad. And we catch on fire again. So what makes good reflection? UDP. We can spoof the sources. It's connectionless. We don't have a three-way handshake. And what makes for good amplification? Small request, big response. So we have a bandwidth amplification factor. So that's just the reply length divided by the request length, and that gives us a number. Which protocols are good for this? Well, DNS is probably one of the more common ones. We get about a 25 to 54 times. SSDP or UPnP gets us a bit better. But when we start getting up to things like NTP and memcached, we start getting some good returns. So why am I telling you about this? Everywhere I go, everyone says one of my biggest problems is DDoS. But they're doing the absolute minimum to ensure that they're not part of the problem. How bad is it? It's not great. So most of my data is sourced from Cloudflare Radar, Shodan. So my top 5 countries, as at yesterday, I updated these stats. USA, still number 1. Go USA. India was number 2 back in October. Well, Germany's taken over from there. But we've got China and Indonesia moving up within our region, and then Brazil have sort of slipped down a bit. Globally, the attack types of choice seems to be SYN flooding. It's a nice, easy one, followed by DNS, followed by UDP fragments, and so on and so forth. So let's go to my country, Australia. Top source networks. So Chupa, Connect, followed by Telstra, no surprise. TPG, definitely no surprise. And obviously the Microsoft corporate ASN block. Why? And then OVH. Attacks of choice for us seem to be SYN floods, DNS amplification, then followed by the lesser ones. There's still a fair chunk of Mirai running around. Go figure. Thought it was gone. No, it's not. Now, this is where things get really bad. These are recursive resolvers that are open using Jeff's favorite DNS resolver most of the time, DNS mask, which is free on so many routers and still left open to the world. These are consumer routers in broadband networks. So why are we allowing port 53 inbound into these networks? You're broadband customers. You're paying me the least amount of money for the most amount of bandwidth, and I'm letting you host a DNS server. NTP, which has a very high bandwidth amplification factor. Again, these are crappy consumer routers. Netcom is probably one of the bigger vendors that are deployed in networks, in consumer networks, and they are the biggest offender. MemCache-D, which I thought we'd stamped on the head a very long time ago when that was first discovered back in 2012 or 13, I can't remember. Most people patched that, stopped port 11211 going through. Apparently 64 people still haven't done that. So I've also included, where's the back button? Things like SNMP. Now this is people with read-only SNMP communities. Take 21 off that, I contacted a network in Oz on Tuesday and said, hey, I can see your core, do you want to fix that? So a lot of this is provider equipment. It's not necessarily consumer equipment. So this is your networks, your cores, etc. that we're seeing here. And Winbox, just so we know how much MikroTik is really out there. So who does Australia target? Well, predominantly US, predominantly India, but we're number 4 at targeting ourselves. Now, if I go to somewhere like Bangladesh, Bangladesh are like number 2, because DDoSing each other is a way of doing business. If I DDoS you, then guess what? Nobody wants to be on your network anymore, so they'll come over and be my customer. I kid you not. So we'll go and do a little tour around the Pacific. I'll only hit the bigger economies because there isn't much data around for the really small islands, and if I did that, I'd be here all day. Fiji, well, again, not many players there. USP aren't there, which is good to see, but Fiji National University are. The other 3 top telcos are there. They're not as sophisticated. It's mostly UDP fragment flooding and a bit of DNS, but it's mainly NTP that's open there. So again, this is mostly CPEs. And Fiji, again, nobody likes the US apparently, followed by Canada, and they're number 4 at hitting themselves. New Caledonia, very, very small telco market, so I think everybody is on the list here. But DNS amplification is huge. Again, not a big population, not a big deployed base, but open ports, DNS. Makes sense. Again, fair chunk of Winbox, lots of Telnet, not huge amounts, and only 1 MemCache-D. They really don't like, targeting other things. When I looked at this a couple of weeks ago, the number 1 target they were hitting was France. They've backed off on France for a little while. So let's get a little bit closer to where I'm standing. 23% of source networks are coming from Spark. 2 degrees a second. Spark are there again, followed by Divoli and then Cordia. Attack types, hey, let's have a bit of everything. DNS, SYN flooding, NTP, UDP fragments, you name it, we're doing it all here. You're equal opportunity attackers, and I'm happy about that. Now, DNS ports. Again, you've got the same shitty problem that we have with shitty CPEs using DNS mask. 2922, most of them are either Netcom or Huawei. NTP, again, most of them are Netcom and Huawei. SSDP, mostly D-Link. Did a bit of a shop around on that. A couple of bits of MemCache-D. SNMP, 2018, but. So when I did the scans, I was getting system uptimes. So when I initially went looking at my data, I went, okay, system uptime, it means I'm at least getting something back, but I wasn't getting any other real data. So obviously, one of these networks who had about 447 off the top of my head, which was showing as having open SNMP, actually had, and this is all version 2 SNMP as well, by the way, with a public community. When I actually drilled into it, I wasn't getting any extra data. So they've obviously got some ACLs on it at some point. But I was getting system uptimes, and I was getting switch models. And one of these switches hasn't been patched in a very, 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 very long time. If you think it's you, come and see me and I'll tell you if it was. When I say a very long time, it will be celebrating its 21st birthday soon. So this is on the internet, right? We can see this. New Zealanders, again, you're like most of us, you're liking attacking the US, and you're a fair way down on attacking each other, which is good. No, you're attacking us, you're number 3, it's all right. We can live with this. So what can I do? So if you want to protect your services from attack, do the right things. Do Anycast. Even things like basic IPS stop SYN flooding. Try and reduce that. Look at your network architecture. If you've got address blocks that are fragmented everywhere, it makes firewalling and doing protection on that a whole lot harder. So think about how you're structuring your networks. Look at doing things like rate limiting services. If you're offering an NTP service or a DNS service to your customers, rate limit it a little bit. Or, better still, only offer it to your customers. Quite a few of you in the room are running open DNS resolvers for no good reason. Do you really want to be the next Google Open DNS Cloudflare? Sure, if that's your market, do it, but there's no need to do that. They're already doing it. And obviously, block the ports that are inbound to your broadband customers. They're paying you the least for the most. They don't deserve to be running DNS, NTP, web servers, mail servers, etc. We shouldn't be seeing SNMP from them, and if you need to do remote management, set ACLs up. I'm not poking at the smaller ISPs, but the smallest ISPs are the ones giving us problems. You've got Winbox out there that is not secured. There is a lot there that is below 6.42, and if anybody is a MikroTik user, which you all are, but you all deny it, 642 was when we had I can connect to this thing without actually needing a password because the MikroTik was handing the entire authentication database when Winbox connected. And there is a lot of them. If you want to find them, just jump on Shodan and find it. That's how I found it. The other thing you can also do is sign up for shadow server reports. Don't block their servers. Find out what the problems are and actually fix them. Sticking your head in the sand doesn't make the problem go away. Other things you can do, which you're probably already doing, if you are being hit with a DOS, remote triggered black holing, your upstreams have them. Go and tag your prefix as being attacked, and they will do the blocking for you. There is also the Team Cymru unwanted traffic removal service, where they just take it to the next level. You signal a black hole trigger to them, and they will push it further out. So hopefully it blocks it further up at the source, which means you can then delist a little bit quicker. The other thing you should also be doing is URPF. Basically with URPF, we're just making sure that we've got valid source addresses for traffic entering our network. It operates in 2 modes, strict or loose. If you're dealing with your customers' links, turn strict URPF on. If you want to do it on the WAN side or your transit-facing side, please only use loose. If you use strict, you're in for a world of pain and hurt. Or you could go to the next step and do both. So you can do source-based remote triggered black holing. So this takes a combination of doing an RTBH with URPF. So you set URPF in loose on your outside-facing interfaces, set up an RTBH sinkhole in your own network, create a community, tag that traffic. When you identify the source, just route it to null, traffic goes away. I said I was going to get us back on time, and I think I've succeeded. Any questions, observations, or hate speech? I've escaped. Thank you.
All right, so that finishes that session. 2 little administrative things. First one is we're looking for lightning talks for tomorrow, is it? Yep. So if you've got lightning talks, come and have a chat to one of us or send an email to talks@NZNOG and we will put put you on the list. The other thing is a couple of people have decided they don't want to get wet karting tonight. So if you want to go to karting and you missed out, go and have a chat to Yvonne, and she will either say you can go, or she'll put you on a waiting list, or however that will work. Yeah. Other than that, break time. Oh, what, 30 minutes? Yep, 30 minutes. Yep.